Alright, hey there guys, it's Metro, and we are back. Tuesday again. Very excited, and we'll have another decent week. I guess last week was supposed to be a very good week, but this week, I don't know, I think it's a lot better for me. Last week was a pain because of storming, but this week I absolutely love this week. Explosive, really, really, really fun week. Kind of the opposite of storming for me, honestly. It's just really fun. But anyway, let's go get our normal stuff done here real quick, and then we'll get started on keys. We gotta open our chest and see maybe we get a piece, but I'm not even sure. You know, I guess we did 4 keys at least last week, yeah. But that's it. It's finally properly spring now. It's been raining pollen. I don't know how many people see that in their area, but it's always hilarious to me when you see like cars covered yellow, like it's like literally my car is black and it's like yellow, covered in yellow, basically. I always think that's funny. What's up, Wild Kid? Welcome. Welcome. Alright, what else? Let's go. I guess we could pick all these up, right? That one's, what the hell? Rare resources. That one we never finish. Okay, let's go do this first. I played golf yesterday and my shoes are black too. And by the end of the round, my shoes were no longer black. Let's put it that way. They're like orange, yellowish. It's very strange. I didn't know it was going to be like that severe, that even my clothing would be covered. Okay. Got a new armor thing apparently. Neat. Alright, so what do we got here? Obviously we want the anima. I still am not. These people just don't gain experience. Like, I just really don't know what's going on here. I still don't have anybody at level 50. I mean, how crazy is that? This might actually be completed though. Broski, what's up? Welcome. Good morning for 19 more minutes. Yep. Oh, we did it. Wow, we actually completed a level 60 mission. Huh. 204 anima. Yeah. How much? Yeah, whatever. Let's just see it to completion for the first time. So that means I should be able to start completing these, no? Maybe with that character. Your followers are lower than some of my alt followers, yeah. They just don't gain experience. I don't know why. Unsure how as well. Anyway, okay, we'll get some of this stuff. What else? That's an enchanting cache, but it's got a lot of experience associated with it. So if my first endgame on DK is Castle Nath or Heroic this weekend, I want Super Strain first, yeah? Yeah, if you're only going to raid, Super Strain's the only real option. There's a couple fights in there that, whatever might work on, but, yeah, probably not. Actually, Sludge Fist is one of them. I think Sludge Fist is, like, the one, because it makes Rune Weapon up for every single pillar crash. Like, it comes up as he charges. Seems like almost exactly, so it's, like, kind of cool. Quite neat. Another tailoring cache. Oh, it's got way less enemies, so we should be better off. So I guess, yeah, this maybe is a problem. Like, I send way too many missions out, but not enough followers. So let's see. Okay, so yeah, that's basically as good as we're gonna get, and it gives 1500 experience. So okay, sweet. What else? Pick up the rest of those soul binds. Oh, yeah, we gotta change all our stuff again. Actually, for the most part, we're good, I think. Or did we just change our soul bind? Yeah. So it's Tyrannical week, actually, so probably don't even need all this stuff, but at this point, we'll just stick with it. Okay, cool. Pick this up. I'm debating if I want to make Crimson Rune Weapon or Super Strain first. Yeah, probably just, yeah, I don't know. Unsure. For me, it's the obvious choice, but like I would never use Super Strain on an alt character because I never raid on an alt character, so I won't, like, I would get it because I already have it. Like, it's account wide for me, but yeah, going and getting it alone would be too much work on an alt. So. The Alliance DK slowly but surely leveling. It's like 57. I think actually on our way to 58 now. I can't remember actually. Basically every 24 or not really, but every time I could remember, I've been logging in and doing the Kyrian dump or whatever you call it. I don't know. I should probably have made a video on that, but I guess maybe we should try it on. The problem is I can't try it on the PTR. You need 2 accounts. Maybe I can get Cop involved. I can try it on the 9.1 PTR, and if it's still in the game, I'll make a video on it maybe. But yeah, basically like a really good passive way to level characters. If you ever want to level a character without ever playing it. Basically, you have to play like 3 or 4 hours of it total, and then you could level from whatever you're at until 60 with just logging on for like 2 minutes once a day, doing no content at all, just logging on and doing something. Good morning, afternoon from Germany. Didn't realize it's already been another week. Good luck on your keys. Yeah, man. Tuesday again. That last week went super quick. My God. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure out why, but all of a sudden I woke up and it was Sunday. I guess because Saturday I went out. It was like the first time I went out in a long time. Fun weekend. Actually, really good weekend. Watched the golf event. It was pretty good. Keegan Bradley using the same putter as me. It's quite funny. My uncle didn't know I got that putter. I know he's going to be critical of it when he finds out. And he was like looking at the way Keegan Bradley was approaching his putts, and he's like, yeah, that's what you need to do. You need to get closer to the ball. That's your problem. And I'm like, oh, right, great. Ironically, Keegan Bradley's like he's got the exact same putter as me. He didn't even know that when he was offering that advice. I thought that was funny. Just got Iron Hoof Destroyer after the reset. All right. Well, that's cool. Grass. Set him out. Not a big Monk guy myself, but I'm glad to hear you got it. Okay, so let us open chest. I'm probably going at Crimson Rune Woven first because it's the most versatile. Problem is it's basically only going to be used in 5-mans. So, whoa, what the hell? Why is it spaced out like that? Hey, Metro, where did your hair come from? My scalp, I guess, is the answer. Oh, that's a pretty good ring, too. I think I already have sockets on my ring, so. I don't have socket on that piece, but I'm not sure that's better. High mastery, low haste with the socket over really high verse. I don't think so. Definitely not replacing that ring, though. Well, I don't think I want either of these, but I guess I'll take the ring and just have a look at it. Certainly don't want crit mastery cloak, so just grab it. Actually, I don't know. I think I'm just going to take Stygia. Oh, wow, Keegan Bradley. Haven't heard about him in ages. That's the BIS Unholy ring. Yeah, it's got a socket too, but it's a bit late in the season to be worried about it, I feel like. Hey, Metro. Hope you're having a good day and a stream. Thanks. Yeah, I'll just take the Stygia at this point. Try to get more sockets on my actual gear, because this ring is definitely better if it had a socket. Which it will someday if I keep taking Stygia. Don't have much interest in the mall right now, but yeah, Keegan Bradley was in contention for 3 days, and then he made a double on the 14th hole. Put one in the water, and then made a couple bad short game complicated things. Let's put it that way. Oh, this is all anima. All right, let's quickly go back and put that stuff in so our bags aren't filled up. And that'll be it.
You are welcome here.
Get started looking for some keys, I guess, while we fly. Yeah, hopefully there'll be some good keys, because I'd really like to. We finally got 1900. 20? Sure. It's literally the only key. Rare to see somebody in the 18th doing a 20, but I've been invited. Okay. Any reason why you have your loot spec to unholy? Yeah, I'm always trying for the vial or whatever it's called. A vial of putrefaction to 26, but it never shows up. He's younger than I thought, only 34. Yeah. When he made a big splash, he was like 24, so He doesn't look good, I'll tell you. He doesn't look very healthy. I don't know what's up, but is Frost DK any good at Mythic Plus and Arena? I don't know anything about Arena, 0, but I do think they're solid for Mythic Plus. Probably decent. I mean, I don't know. Like, do you think Unholy is good for Mythic Plus? I don't know if Death Knight in general is very good for Mythic Plus right now, especially non-tank. So I don't know how to answer that. But for me, I would say if you need a melee not ideal right now. If you need a melee, Frost is a decent option because they offer really big burst, and I think they're probably like one of the most bursty melee, to be honest. Maybe Windwalker. That's probably it. He doesn't want the Garbo tank trinkets. I already have the only good tank trinket. Yeah, that's the big thing. I already have the only tank trinket I would want. So, trying to get an unholy trinket. Frosty K is fine. All right. Hey Metro, don't forget talents and change Crimson Rune weapon. I think we got it. It looks good to me, but I have Crimson Rune weapon on. Yeah. Yeah. Also has some good utility. That they do not, unfortunately. They're okay, but they're certainly not the best utility pick right now. Death Grip isn't as good as it used to be, and I guess Battle Res is still pretty valuable, but... Hey Metro, I'm 29-year-old now. Oh, great, man. Happy birthday. That's what you're trying to say. Happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday. Wish it was your birthday today so we could give you the proper happy birthday, but happy birthday indeed. Still hunting for that blood scale trinket. Oh yeah, that's the ultimate one. Can you run one covenant for all DK specs or some better for other specs? Yeah, I mean I do, so I don't actually play the other specs very often, almost never, but I mean that's how it works, so yeah, you certainly can, but will it be perfectly optimized? Of course not. Neither will me playing Frost. I will never be good at Frost or Unholy no matter what I do, so no reason to care about the Covenant. Although, to be honest, I would say it would be nice to have Venthyr for Frost, because it'd be really cool to be able to extend those breaths of Syndagosa. Frost also has an AoE blind that ends in a slow. Yeah, it's certainly better than Unholy, but if we're talking about compared to other classes, DK's utility kit is not potentially, it's not as strong as it used to be, let's put it that way. It ain't what it used to was. There used to be a lot of AMS and Death Grip utility in 5-mans, in Legion especially, but also in MOP, or in Legion especially, but also in BFA. It just kind of seems like it gets less and less last 2 expansions, so. But I guess, yeah, and I don't know, AMZ's, yeah, I guess AMZ's something to consider, right? Because Pride. It's probably better than I'm giving it credit for. Today's my wife's birthday, alright. Happy birthday to her, too, a lot of birthdays. It's also Star Wars Day. Oh yeah, May the 4th be with you. I love May. I think May is my favorite month because it's kind of the end of spring. Spring to me is like I used to fucking hate spring. Like I used to hate it, okay? When I was in high school, I hated every second of spring because it meant like, oh my god, I just want this stupid school year to be over already, you know what I mean? And it would be nice outside and it'd be like, oh, I can't stand this shit, right? So all through college, I always hated spring. And then I hated it, especially because I used to have horrible, horrible allergies. I would say I still do, but I used to too. But no, I always hated spring because of that. But now, as I've gotten older, and especially now that I've gotten back into golf, spring is like, I understand its renewal element more than I used to, I guess. Like, you know, so it went from being like uninhabitable outside to now like, oh, it's actually really nice out. You know what I mean? I can wear shorts and not feel like I'm cold and all these things. But the nicest thing about golf, I guess, has got me outdoors more. And I guess I'm like building a tolerance to the allergies. I don't really know how to describe it, but I used to have insane allergies. And I was outdoors for 4 hours yesterday with literally pollen covering me, like actually covering me. And I didn't really have that bad of a reaction. I mean, I had a little bit of sneezing at the very end, but effectively no reaction, I would say. So I don't know if that's something that, like, I don't know why, but maybe I, you know, to be fair, my mom said when I was young, I always used to have allergies in the late summer and fall, not in the spring. And I guess I kind of just convinced myself that that's not true because it's like, you know, typically people who have bad allergies are allergic to the spring stuff, right?
Metro, what
But
do you think is the best
best
healer
healer
for
for
Mythic
Mythic
Plus?
Plus.
Blood
Blood
Death
Death
Knight.
Knight. Thanks a lot, Genfu, for... I'm not sure because you were already a sponsor, but thanks for whatever it was. But yeah, I don't know. Not really sure what's going on with the allergies, but so far so good. We'll see as the spring progresses, I guess. I also finally launched our new project, me and Sai. And the links are in the description if you're interested in checking it out. Abode. Especially if there's any fledgling YouTubers out there looking for a way to get ahead. We're doing some serious YouTube consultation stuff, offering a lot of information and a community built around it. So maybe you check it out. Maybe also check out the link to the actual website where we're publishing game-related articles. We got a new article from a really interesting source on mice. This is very interesting to me. I didn't actually know all this stuff as I was proofreading it. Basically, there's like a lot of different ways you could hold a mouse, and companies have embraced this and have been making mice and modifications for mice that encourage you to hold it differently and stuff. I was like actually really surprised at like how many different ways there was to hold a mouse and how many different types of mice there were out there. I've only ever bought in the exact same. I bought this mouse 3 times. The Razer Naga I have. 3 times I purchased this in the last 7 or 8 years now, so don't know. Guess I'm not very aware. Okay, so anyway, now that we're returned, it's time to leave again. We got the Ragnaros Shaman.
The hunt must go on.
Agreed.
My heart for
Alright, anyway, dual wield Breath of Sindragosa. Frost DK is one of the strongest melee cleaves in Mythic Plus at the moment. Yep, I agree. They're pretty solid. Play what Covenant you want, they're all fine. Is Night Fate good for Frost or Venthyr way better? Going Venthyr for Frost if I outspec Blood and Unholy. Yeah, I mean, I would if I had no attachment to any of the Covenants, I would definitely go Venthyr. It seems like the best one for at least 2 out of the 3 specs. I don't think it's very good for Unholy, but it's certainly great for Frost and very good for Blood at least. If not, very good. I got a G600. That's a mouse. Nice. Yeah, in the article he made, it was like talking about like how mice have started to become like modular as well. So like you can like change the physical state of your mouse whenever you want. And I guess that's true about the Razer Naga I have. You can take the panel off and make the buttons different. This was much more than that. This was like about weight and about shape. I was like very surprised. The Naga's too small for my hands. Yeah, that was one of the things that was discussed in the article. It was about the size of the mouse too. And they make mice that are like even smaller than that, like really, really small. Like 2 of my fingers would probably be bigger than it. It's interesting. Anybody use any weird mouse grips? Like I don't actually. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Anyway, I hate that Fury does around 500 more on overall. 500 damage? That's not that much. Venthyr Unholy is actually really good for epidemic spam, especially on weeks where you have to move a lot and may not get full value out of D&D. Gotcha. That's cool. Glad to hear that. The Basilisk, for example, is tiny. Gotcha. Well, one way or the other, let's get the recording situation set up. We gotta actually delete all the videos from last week. I never did that. Good luck on the key. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna even occur, but we'll see. What unused potion to use in Mythic Plus? I've just been using the Unbridled Fury because they're so much cheaper than the... So much easier to get, I guess. More thing. As expected. I have a Rocat cone. I don't know what all those words are. I'm glad that whatever is being talked about is being talked about. Well, now there's a lot more keys at least. Guess we'd sign up to this. Why the disband? Nah, they just kicked me because they don't like the route. Happens a lot. Or more than it should, I guess, more so.
I have many wares.
You have forced my hand.
Maybe we should just, don't know. Really like to do like actual progression keys every time I log on, but it just seems like there's no way to do that anymore. Very few keys being listed. That's so petty. Not sure why people are so opposed to trying new routes. Yeah, it's just welcome to WoW, unfortunately. I can't wait for everyone's Tyrant score to be fought. Yeah, exactly. I'm very, very, very interested in that. That is something I will be looking at very heavily when it comes out. I'm thinking about doing like looking at every key that I've done on each week and making a makeshift score for it as well on my spreadsheet, just to indicate what I would have currently if we had a weekly score, to see the difference. I think that would be very interesting, actually. I think I might do that at the end of the season. Gonna have to like draw the line at some point, though. All these ideas that I have for end of the season are not going to be possible to do them all at the end of the season. So we're gonna have to figure out maybe like when is the next. Hold on, let's take a look. Actually, right now we are in. I think this is the end of the week rotation coming up, isn't it? Yeah, there's 2 more. Okay. So that's 12 weeks total. That'd be another 3 months. I don't think we're going to get through another 3 months, right? I think maybe that would be a good place to draw that first line there. 2 weeks from now. I could just start working on it now, but yeah, stop looking at some of this stuff when the 3rd week set rotation starts. We'll see what happens. That might be a decent idea. You can click all Terran keys on Radar.io and just add that score up. Yeah, no, I want to take it even further. Not just Tyrannical and Fortified, but also every affix set period. Why, what is going on Radar.io with that? Let's see. No 20s? Yeah. Well, it's... Why? You find like that's uncommon? 12 o'clock on Tuesday for there to be a lot of keys up. Welcome to the stream. In your opinion, what do you think Bloodiki needs to be more competitive? Nothing. Yeah, they're quite competitive as it is. I don't even know what the best tanks do that makes them the best tanks now, because from what I could tell, everybody's using Demon Hunter, but I don't see any actual reason why anybody would at this point. They don't bring the best offense. They don't bring the best defense. I guess they might be able. You might be able to say they bring the best utility, but I don't know if I agree with that either. So I'm unsure at this point. At one point, I thought I knew, but now I have no idea. Obviously, more damage would help, but yeah. I don't know. What are we looking at? Where is this? I've been invited at least. Paxi says you can click all Tyran keys. Where's that? Oh, I see. Oh yeah, I don't even have to actually. Oh wait, yeah, these are like I forgot about it. We looked at this last couple weeks ago actually, and it's just I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's showing affixes from last expansion still. Is it actually here? What's the name of the affix again? Awakened, beguiling, infested, reaping, infested, reaping. I don't even see it. Prideful. I don't see prideful at all. Why is that? Didn't Bloody DK just get a 6% damage? Yeah, that's PTR, yeah. Vengeance because they can do the most damage at range. Strong utility. Magic buff. Bear has 3-minute immunity window. For pulling 4 to 5. Yeah, I would say like Bear or even like Warrior. It looks like a stronger tank to me than Vengeance right now. Damage buffs are always welcome. It's true. If they add a title for Mythic Plus, the top rank should give Tyrannical Dictator. Where I have 1800 IO Rep Pally and got declined to a 13. Oh yeah. Okay, so I guess that doesn't actually work. We can't look at it every week for some reason. But yeah, there's just Tyrannical, so that's pretty damn good. Nightweight is no, that's not actually how it works. Okay, let's add all that up real quick. 237 plus 236.9 plus 204.8 plus 217 plus 216.5 plus 215 plus 0.8 plus 215.3 plus 187.7. 1741 on Tyrannical. So 2 of my best keys, like 2 of the keys that are actually on my page are Tyrannical. 1741. So let's take a look at Fort now. Yeah, same thing. 243 plus 9. 237.9 plus. Wait, oh, what the fuck did I do? Didn't press plus. 243 plus 9 plus 237 plus 9 plus 6 plus 237 plus 237. Must be a common number. Okay, so the first number is 1748 compared to 1882. So that's a relatively big difference, but not that much. 142 points, 141 point. Pretty good. Difference between Tyrannical and Fortified. Interesting. Warrior has strong offensive, but 0 damage at ranged. Yeah, so that's not like you don't want to be at range, do you? So that's what I'm saying. Like I would prefer a tank that isn't at ranged, and that would be, from what I could tell, Baron, Prot Warrior. Prot Warriors are nuts, practically immune to physical damage when they have mitigation rolling. Yeah, they've gotten a lot better. Yeah. Anyway, do people just not invite anything that isn't a Fire Mage, a Bombkin, Vengeance, or Resto Shaman? Not necessarily, but they do. Definitely, they do definitely stick with things like that, yeah. I just added it all up. My Tyrannical score is 17 to 67, and my, wow, that's crazy. That's kind of sad, honestly, unfortunately. Mine is only about 100 and some points different.
Archon guide you.
Alright, so
Walk with courage.
you don't want to be at range, but sometimes you don't have a choice. Yeah. I'll take your word for it. Taking bleeds on Halls of Atonement on Fort doesn't go well for non-blood DKs. No, of course not. But that's what, like 10% of the uptime in the dungeon's combat? Alright, so we got pretty good comp, I guess. Rogue is nice to have for this dungeon. I don't know why you can't inspect while you're in it. Well, it's only sad because my highest DOS tyrannical is a 16. Oh, that's a big difference then. Yeah, I don't know. I actually prefer tyrannical weeks at this point, honestly. It's so much more interesting. Maybe harder, sure, but it's just way more fun. And at least at the key range I've been doing, I don't really feel like it's any more difficult for the for the overall group. It's just harder to time it, it seems. What dungeon are you pugging? This is Miss 19. Are there certain dungeons you prefer, Super Strain or Crimson Rune Weapon? No, Crimson Rune Weapon 100% of the time. I would never use anything but Crimson Rune Weapon for 5-mans. The only time like it would ever be maybe not good is on like a really easy key where combat's just not like important enough. Like if you're not in combat a lot or something like that maybe, and you're not getting good resets on Rune Weapon, then maybe it's not as good, but yeah, it's explosive week, sweet. I'm actually really excited for explosive. I'm looking forward to this. Demon Hunter is still popular because the meta for DPS is mainly magic. Yeah, I think that's probably the one strong point about it, honestly. But can't imagine that's... I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe it is the main reason. Mists are pretty easy. What screws me up is the Maze RNG. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a route that doesn't have any concern with randomness in it. The top teams are practicing halls with Bear and Warrior for the great push. There you go. Yeah, so that's great. I'd be really interested in seeing that. Well, I say I would be, but in reality, I don't give a fuck. But I would be excited to hear about it. Let's put it that way. The Persian Gamer. What's thoughts on Rune for Death Strike damage and heals in Mythic Plus? Feels so strong on bosses. What's thoughts on Rune for Death Strike damage and heals in Mythic? Oh, you're talking about the enchant. Yeah, no, that's not really something I'd consider for 5-mans. It's all single target damage, which doesn't help you at all. It doesn't give heals though. Well, I guess the proc or whatever heals, but it's actually a very small amount. That actually I could use with some more testing on it. It's been a very long time since I've actually looked at the numbers on that. But when we were looking at it in the raid stuff we were checking out last week, it was very small amount of healing. Certainly Fallen Crusader is going to heal for way more. What's it called? This one. Yeah. When you fall below 35% health, what's the actual, like, how often can that happen situation? The numbers look good. Anyway. Only got one slot for my vault last week, and I got a 226 weapon. Nice. I got 2 finally, but... would be using Epidemic on Blood DK. Sometimes would be fun using Epidemic on Blood DK. Sometimes RP is not an issue. Epidemic, what is that? Pugs for me feel a lot easier on Tyrannical considering people don't take trash as serious as bosses. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Honestly, Holy Pally might be... Oh, Holy Pally is the best healer, 100%. I wouldn't even consider anything but Holy Pally the best healer. They're tier 1 alone. Then I would say Resto Shaman is tier 2 alone. And then everything else. Right now my rating would be Holy Pally, tier 1 alone. Tier 2 alone would be Resto Shaman. Then I'd probably say Holy Priest, number 3. Probably Resto Druid, also tier 3. And then I'd put Disc Priest and Mistweaver in tier 4. Nah, it's Blood DK. Yeah, Blood DK is a pretty good healer too. Hey there, Metro. How's it going? Infernal Master, what's up? Nah, it's going good, man. Can't complain yet, at least. You can actually do the Hall's big pull on Tyrannical way easier. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so much more fun, too, as a tank. I don't have to constantly be fucking around on trash. Worrying about, like, oh, we're not doing this and that. Anyway, Epidemic is the unholy AoE ability. Oh, I see. Well, Blood DK certainly doesn't need any more holy power spenders. They got plenty. If you want to do something like that, take Bone Storm. Finally, 226 Dress Lord's Great Axe. That's awesome. Well, it's not that big of a deal, that weapon, but it's certainly a nice piece. Best in slot. Alright, here we go. First key of the day. So it is busting, which will kind of be a problem here. Not particularly, but it will come into play immediately. Okay, so don't use Trinket. I don't know. It's not going to be as hard as it was last week, but last week we were overusing CDs here like substantially. Not even fucking any damage taken. According to your number, Rustashan has the most upgrades. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's true. I mean, the stats are there, so you can check them out. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to agree with them, but it's an interesting thing to compare and contrast, right? Probably want to dispel somebody when that goes out. I think I didn't dispel anybody. It's just so fun, man. I'll tell you what. It's so much more active than how the game normally plays as a tank. Especially on Tyrannical Week, because it's so fun. Oh my god. Because there's like no actual danger here, so I don't even have to really focus on my health. That's kind of when it does start to suck. When I have to actually be very focused on my health and using, like when I'm using Death Strike for, killing explosives and then I'm wasting it. It's a huge problem on some packs. But past that, it's really engaging. How'd that guy die? Sap cast. Good idea. Smart. Wow, that's odd. Wish I could have had that happen last week. Reason I did not actually drop D&D there. They die so fast now, though. I don't know. I guess they were more fun in BFA. At one point, they had like fucking 100 times more health than they have now, though. You used to have to like actually use Death Strike or use 2 globals on them. Now it's like you don't even have to do anything. Just auto attack.
Pathetic creatures! Worshipping sticks and leaves!
Bring back Twilight Dev. Oh god. I don't know about that. Be cool as a trinket, maybe. That'd be an interesting trinket. I don't know how it would work, though. I don't think it could really work the same way, but I like the way it looked, that's for sure. I'd love to just see the animation on my character again. Goes for a lot of things in the past. These are both gonna get to 50 at the same time. Alright. Go work, guys. Knife Fate DK, that's correct, Logan. Welcome. You must be new. Twilight Dev was a new trap? No, obviously. Pretty cool for a raid, though. Especially on, I remember Nazop. It would proc and just like one-shot those pustules or whatever. For all its flaws, Corruption was really fun to play with. It was definitely the most interesting system they've created in years. And ever, actually, yeah. Most creative system they've ever put in the game. But, obviously had a lot of downs, a lot of problems. Very imbalanced. Interesting concept, though, like I said. K club, but you can see why, especially in Tyrannical. This week is this key this week, you better be ready. Better have some nuts damage coming into it. Better do some big damage here. Oh my god, your mage shoot 88 miles per hour. What? I can already tell. This is gonna be a tough one. People are doing good damage though. It just starts to get pretty hard, I guess. The higher you do. I mean, so everybody gets feared here. We have no way to stop that other than me. Is that an explosive that went off? Okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. Pretty good. Bombkin obviously very good for this fight. But not quite good enough, it seems. It's going to be at least 2 more phases. Probably 3 more phases. It was crazy Whiplash going from 65% base haste to 5%, so really. Yeah, I guess I never really had the haste, so if we were stacking haste, I would totally have agreed with that, I bet. Really, that healer Pally didn't contribute much, it feels like. Guess he's probably, yeah, he's definitely not Kyrie. It's definitely a fight where Kyrie and Paladin can do some insane things, right? Probably the one situation in general where I'd be like, yeah, certainly way better to be Kyrie in here. I had Mythic Nihilothic Geared Demon Hunter and went from super tanky at 50 to super squishy at 60. Oh, yeah. I certainly didn't feel weaker at 60, but that was because they buffed the fuck out of Blood DK. Blood DK got like so many buffs in Shadowlands, it was kind of nuts. Oh, accidentally used Rune Weapon on him. Oh, this guy's Frost. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I just realized that somehow. Yeah, okay, so at least 1 more. Maybe 2 more, honestly. It's a long fight. Well, it's going well, like nobody's in any danger or anything. I think maybe I should go back to Naya for this. The burrs. It's just like, really don't feel like I'm in danger. There's not really going to be a boss this week that's going to be dangerous at all. So, yeah, maybe a more offensive-minded approach. Okay, people are certainly attacking the wrong target here. Why is this guy at 50%? Not yet. Oh, yeah, we're fucked here. Actually, here comes the wipe now. Now things get interesting. Fucking pot's almost back up. You're doing great damage as blood. It's an area I need improvement on. Well, I mean, it is a boss that takes like tons more damage, right? I wouldn't say I'm doing anything special. I'm not built at all for offense. So if you would say good offense for what I have, then maybe. It's about maximizing your death strikes, getting as many in as you can. I don't know why anybody would have... Jesus, that's a lot of stuff on the ground. What's he do more and more as the fight goes on? Explosions going off. Alright. And another... This is just impossible on Tyrannical. I feel like I can't even get past the first boss ever. Pretty crazy.
You have done nothing but
I'd like to know what happened there. I mean, I guess not. I guess we're not gonna actually talk about it, but I guess yeah, it had to be, right? People were attacking the wrong target. That's the only thing that could have happened there. I don't know why anybody would do that in Tyrannical. They're just not ready for it, I guess. And that wasn't even fucking close either. That boss was like at 9% when you put the shield up. Not even close. I mean, that, yeah, that's beyond greedy. That's stupidity. They were not even close. The boss was not even halfway to where he needed to be. Clearly, tank's fault for now. You got to remember that. Oh, good. Anyway, do you happen to use the Heartstrike Potency Conduit? I'm not familiar with the Knife Face Soulbinds. Nah. Potency Conduits suck from what I could tell, so I'll just go with Withering Ground for more AoE damage. But yeah, let's go ahead and switch this for at least this week. What GPU do you have? Great question. I don't remember, unfortunately. RTX 280 Super or something like that? That sounds right. I don't know. Not a big computer guy, unfortunately, which is funny because I spend so much time on the computer, but okay, anyway, let's add this to the list. 4/5/2021, and that was Mists 19 disband. First key of the week at disband. Somebody should do a analysis of how often the week goes successfully when the first key is a disband. Probably never. RTX gang, rise up. Yes, we're the underdogs, right? No need to rise up. I think everybody's using. Most people are using NVIDIA. Paladin, we have Mage, Rogue, and Bombkin. Okay, next key. Let's find another one out there. Nothing. I guess I'll have to do some 18s then. Hopefully. Yeah. Same group? No. Well, wait, hold on a second. Before we do anything, let's go pick up the weeklies. I forgot about that. On this boss, at what point do you think DPS should target the boss instead of tree? On Tyrannical, I don't know if I would say ever. It'd have to be like 5% or lower coming out of the push. Because it's really dangerous. If you don't do it, you're wiping 100%. Always the tank's fault no matter what. 100%, yeah. 18 plus Tyrannical miss is super hard, especially for Blood DK. Because missing damage to phase the boss. Yeah, I wouldn't say. I'm not going to take any blame there, that's for sure. I just got the RTX 360. Oh yeah, they got new cards out now. Cool. I don't think I'll be getting any new hardware anytime soon, but I'm sure by the time I do, they'll be like RTX 1050 or something. I don't know. I guess it's not 360. It's already 3060, yeah, of course. So when I started, when I built my first computer, it was 560. I remember I had a 560 Ti in my card. And then the second computer I built was 980 Ti. And after that, I jumped all the way to the card I have now. Outlaw Rug only at 5.7K. That's correct, yep. Oh, let's quickly go see what's the weekly, and then if one of them exists on 18, we can do that. Otherwise, we're looking for 19s to potentially upgrade. I need to get to 2 16GB RAM sticks at some point. My memory is hovering at 95% just with Chrome and WoW. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, though that is not actually what. Like, I could never play gaming without high RAM. That's what happens when you can't 3-phase. DPS goes down. Yeah, that's true. Robin, hey, Robin, hello. What's more concerning is that the Frost Mage doing less than the Rogue on the burn phase. So yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't expect that guy to be Frost. That is the one thing I will say about Frost is I like it overall, but in bosses, it's not great. Definitely the weakest of the 3 boss specs, right? On a fight like that, though, I guess it's all right. It's got the cleave. I really want to. I wish I could just split myself in 2. If I could double the amount of time I had per week, I would have plenty of time. There's just no time. No hours in the day. I guess the bigger problem is just like getting the character to where I would want it to. Like, If I had like a geared Frost Mage right now, I'd probably play it, but having to level it, you know, get everything set up on it, get all the gear and all the legendaries and all the stuff on it. By the time I do that, the season will be over. Hey, the Lord, what's up, buddy? How's it going, buddy? Oh, what's up, buddy? Here's Velocity. Super dependent on legendary. Unfortunately, their AoE legendaries hamstring single target. We're talking about Frost, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. Okay, we got theater and halls, so that's good. We're in a halls queue right now. If we see a theater 18, we'll take it. I have a 224 Frost Mage. You want to trade? No, I'm just kidding. You just have to choose between AoE or single. Gotcha. I don't know, man. There's something about like this is probably why I like Covenant so much too, because like I want to be everything. Like I wish I could change this Death Knight into a Frost Mage. Like, you know what I mean? Like I wish I could take everything I have on this character and just change it. It's like not possible. Like I had to make a choice and I chose Blood Death Knight, and I'm obviously very satisfied with that, but you know, every once in a while I look over the fence at what my neighbors have and I'm like, oh man, I wish that was them. Just for a little bit, you know what I mean? But that's life. We all made a choice. We all live with that choice, both in real life and in game. So I guess that's why Covenants never really felt like a problem to me, because I'm already used to it with my class choice. Anyway, even 11k burn for Rogue is low, so 10k for Mage on a burn is like cringe. Oh. Anyway, you want to do my 19 miss? Okay, sure. Is it always a mistake to overlap Dancing Rune Weapon with Vamp Blood? No, not always, of course. You have so many CDs that if you don't use some of them overlapping, you'll never use them all. Like if you tried to never overlap those two CDs, you'd be wasting one of the talents. So if you feel like it's not a good thing, then get rid of Red Thirst, I guess. I'm sure plenty of people use Purgatory, honestly, so might not be a bad idea. It would be a hard habit for me to break, though. I basically use both of them on CD, and it's worked wonders for me over the years. I'm in the process of getting my Ellie Shaman up to par, having a blast with it. Oh, don't say Ellie, too. Ellie's another one. Dude, I love the fucking, like, conceptual elements of Shaman. Like, dude, I'm just, like... I got problems, man. I got some problems. I just, like, love... I wish I could just live in WoW. I think if I could just live in WoW, I'd finally be sated. Finally be satisfied. It would be nice to have chance like class trial. Only 220 items. Nah, it's never. It's not possible, and I don't want them to ever do that because it would really fuck the game up. I went back to Bone Storm, just too good with swarming. Swarming miss. Yeah, that's cool. I honestly, yeah, I would probably, if I was anything but Night Fae, I might not even use Red Thirst at this point. No, I did say I was gonna do Stein Ski, but they've invited me and I've completely forgotten. Hey, Azurite, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Invis pot required. Not for this week. But what? It's tyrannical, right? What is this? They're talking about this. Apple versus Epic trial in Australia. What does that mean? With Vamp up, Bone Storm could do like 20k HPS passively. Really hard to pass up that option on huge pulls. It's true. I suppose you're not wrong about that. Problem for me, obviously, is that I just don't have that runic power access. I can do that much with Deathstrike too, though, unfortunately, is the thing. You gotta realize what you're not just gaining that raw because you're losing Deathstrikes as well, but yeah, especially in content where your Deathstrikes aren't huge. like where you're not getting hit really, really, really hard often, then yeah, you'll definitely do more healing with Bone Storm. And on content where you can get some real value out of hemostasis and you're getting hit really hard, it's not that different, I'd imagine. Okay, anyway, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, look this. What is this? An Australian judge has ruled that Epic's lawsuit against Apple in Australia will be temporarily suspended as the two sides prepare for trial in the US. What the fuck does this even mean? Oh, Epic is Battle Royale game Fortnite. Huh. That's interesting. What's the problem? I don't get it. That's been going on for a while, apparently. Oh no, it just started in the United States is why. The trial will continue beginning at 8:15 a.m., beginning with Tim Sweeney returning to the stand to finish the cross-examination he began yesterday. Huh. Locked in a trial over alleged antitrust practices by the iPhone maker that could see the entire App Store ecosystem change depending on the outcome. The trial, which kicked off today with testimony, will try to answer one question: do Apple's in-app purchases violate antitrust law? I still don't even know what antitrust is. Does anybody have any idea what that means? They were talking about that with the MLB, and I don't even know what that fucking means. Like, it makes no sense to me. Yeah, but when you have too much RP to the point of wasting it, oh yeah, absolutely. If that was the case, certainly would agree. Just came across a 17 key that said no mechanics. I sure hope people know mechanics by that level. Some people don't, unfortunately. Apple took Fortnite off their apps list because they charge for some stuff and not others. So, wait, Fortnite can be played on phones, I guess. Is that the point? I didn't realize that. I thought it was a console game. So you can't play Fortnite on phones right now, on Apple phones at least. Okay. Apple takes 30% off the sales from Epic. It's like trust laws, but the opposite. I was like reading that. I'm like, oh, he knows? What's that? Oh, fuck. That's a good one. Good troll. Wiki. Antitrust law is a collection of federal and state government laws that regulate the conduct and organization. No, I mean, I know that. Yeah, that's the part. But I don't understand what it means. Like, what it actually means. Because, like, I don't understand what, they were saying, oh, antitrust essentially means monopoly, basically. Okay. So the thing that I was confused on was when the whole baseball debacle thing was going down with the All-Star game. People were saying that MLB should lose their antitrust status or something. And it's like, what does that even mean? What would happen if they did? I don't get it. So what you're saying is that they have some kind of immunity and they're allowed to operate a monopoly. Is that what that means? That might actually be what that means, yeah. So MLB has some kind of exemption and is allowed to operate at a monopolistic level. But apparently the NBA does not have that. And that's why, that must be why the big three and all that shit can occur. I don't know though. Avoid monopoly instead? I haven't played it in years, yeah. I mean, Apple already charges $3K for a $600 computer. They don't need this money. Yeah, you're fucking right about that. Generally in the US, vertical monopolies are illegal. A single company cannot control the whole chain of production. Vertical monopolies. I don't know. This is so confusing to me. Do you think the Blood DK buff is further proof that Blizzard don't understand what's wrong with Blood? No. I don't think there's any proof that Blizzard doesn't understand what's wrong with Blood, and I don't think there's anything wrong with Blood, so I've made a lot of assumptions with that one statement. And the NBA doesn't have it technically because of the WNBA. Oh. Wait, really? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there's a shiny silver Apple logo on it. Oh. I do like apples. To be fair, I should have them. I should consume them more. Yes, the MTA NYC, for example, is a regulated monopoly. That's the subway system, is that what you're saying? MTA? The government allows the monopoly but prevents price hikes and other anti-consumer practices. Oh, okay. And that's because in that case, it's for the benefit of the consumer that there's only one railway through New York, basically, because if there was dozens, there wouldn't be enough space and the city would be ruined by it. Okay. Your Holy Pally Pugs inspired me to try Holy Pally and just got Keystone Master in 2 weeks, mimicking your playstyle. Oh, alright. Well, thanks a lot, Tyler. Haven't played Holy Pally in like a month and a half by now, but I'm glad that you like it. It's really fucking fun right now. But the thing that ultimately made me stop, well, besides the fact that I just don't have time, one of the things that ultimately made me stop playing it is the fact that seems like everybody wants Venthyr and I don't want Venthyr, so I'd imagine if I played it, people would be like, "You're not Venthyr, lol." But maybe not. Maybe at like the level the character was at. The other problem was I felt like I was always trying to get 4 keys done, and I would never actually make any progress because of that. Like if you're only playing it 1 day a week, you can't really be just doing 4 keys and progressing. You have to choose one, so kind of made me less interested in alts. There is no alternative MLB, but there's an alternative NBA. Yeah, I guess that's a good example. I don't feel like they're competing with each other because you literally can't play in both, right? All tanks can burst DPS for threat and maintain high damage on packs. Blood Marrow Rends and uses Blood Boil. A 6% damage buff I feel is misguided. This is context of 20th and above. Yeah, Blood DKs I feel like have some of the best bursts in the game with Dancing Rune Weapon, right? Thanks to Crimson Rune Weapon, they have even more access to that. Did you see that chart I linked in Guild? Holy Pally did 3.7k overall. No, I don't think so. What was that? I don't know. Let's see it. Anyway, here's a better description of antitrust. What's happened? The fuck, man. With corporations holding too much power, they were able to set prices and take advantage of customers. Well, I understand what a monopoly is, of course, but and why that's bad. But I just didn't know what the word and the phrasing antitrust and all that meant. In guild, in game. Well, like not today, maybe. I see. Does it? Anyway, alright, so we're in the Necrotic Wake now. Shinigami from Azralan. Good afternoon, Shig, what's up? Welcome. I did 104 keys. Wait, what? 104 keys last week to get it. I still think Kyron is better. People will troll, but Divine Toll is too clutch. Yeah, me too. But the problem is, like, the people who play the game at that level, they don't need the healing. And that's something that I don't think a lot of people recognize. Like, for Pugging, Venthyr sucks. Like, it's horrible. Because first of all, if you use it at the wrong time, it's just gone. Like, I've seen Paladins throw it down, and then the pack just gets melted, and then it's like, ah, well, that was useless. You know? But of course, it's harder to use too, you know, way harder to use. You have to make sure you land it, make sure the mobs are in it. I guess that's harder to pull out of than I make it sound, but yeah, anyway, Divine Toll is just so easy, such low CD, and it helps so much. Mistakes don't exist, you know. Once a mistake happens, Divine Toll, everybody's full health. Make me want to play Holy Pally again. Maybe we should get back to it. We should have more time to stream again. Starting this week. We'll see how it goes. Definitely Saturday was free last week, so. Oh, this week's Mother's Day, so I don't know. What game is this? Jackson Porter. This is World of Warcraft. Welcome. Okay, well, anyway. Well, let's fly out. But since you use Swarming Mist, Bone Storm, and Vampiric, the overlap might be overkill for that duration. Going back to that conversation. Yeah, to be fair, that's a lot of CDs I'll use in one segment, but Bone Storm is not like you're not gonna use Bone Storm without one of those CDs at least. So kind of the whole point of the spell. I didn't get to watch the whole video yet, but I like the new putter. Yeah, definitely check that one out. That was a good one. These next 2 golf videos, like the one from that I published yesterday and the one that will be published next Monday, are very, very, very good. They're my best golf videos, I think, so far. And then I got a little bit of a toy coming on tomorrow, I think. So hopefully next round of golf, we'll have another very interesting video to make. We'll see. And I'm still considering one more toy. I'm thinking about buying a very, very budget, what do you call it? The things that like show your swing speed and shit. They have like $100 ones that I'm sure are garbage, but I think it'd be interesting to make a video on. In pre-made groups though, Ashen and better. Oh, 100%, yeah. Is this week better than last? Yeah, for me, it's way more enjoyable. 100%. My point was using that during a triple pull if you aren't layering CDs. Right, obviously you're gonna do that anyway. I have a better question. Hey Theo. What is this? The answer? What is this? The answer is a very popular MMO RPG made by Blizzard, released in 2014. I don't think that's... I think the answer is it's World of Warcraft. And then the more detailed answer is that, but sure. Looks fun. I play DDO and have not tried WoW yet. Gotcha. Well, I don't know. DDO, what is that? I don't know, but I will tell you, this game is awesome. I love it. I've been playing it since I was a child, effectively. And it just gets better every year, I feel like. Okay, we got another Azralon player. Azralon. 2 out of 2. Maybe I should go Azralon. That's what we should do. We should level an Azralon character. That'd be pretty funny, actually. Dungeons and Dragons DDO. Oh, yeah. Dungeons and Dragons Online? Is that what the O is then? That's interesting. Didn't know that existed. I always thought Dungeons and Dragons was just like a tabletop RPG game or something. You know, we should be in the maw right now. That'd be pretty interesting, to be honest. How about the Azralon thing? Yeah, I have a lot of great ideas. Never going to do any of them because I just don't have any time for all these things. The problem is leveling just takes really long right now. Establishing a character takes really long. Like, I can get a character 1 to 50 in less time than it would take to get him from 50 to geared. Easily. So it's like, I don't know. Just daunting. Are you planning to play TBC? No. No interest. I might stream 1 or 2 days of it, depending on what happens when it comes out. But, yeah. No, I won't be playing it long term. There's only one thing that
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Death Knight. Thanks a lot. Make Hell as well. I think also sponsors. Thanks a lot either way. Metrazralon, a new Mythic Plus series. What's your item level? 226. We've been 226 for a very long time.
Go in service.
1 to 50 is like 5 hours, and 50 to 60 geared is like 40 hours. I don't know about 5 hours, but yeah, 1 to 50 is quick compared to 50 to 60, let alone compared to 50 to 60 plus gearing. Where are you from, I guess? Where are you from, dude? I am from Northeast Pennsylvania. If you watch my golf videos, you will be able to tell where I'm from very precisely, but I won't publicize that unless I have to. Best stats, Pally Prot. What's the 1 to 50 hack? So the trick for me, 1 to 50, I wouldn't say it's... So, like, I can get it probably down to 5 hours or less even. Because what you do is, what I do at least, is you don't level actively. I level passively on pretty much every character I level right now. And what that means is I find content that requires absolutely no work at all and gives high rewards for it. So there's two big points for that. The first one is the mop Golden Lotus dailies. The Golden Lotus dailies require actually no combat, like literally 0 combat. And there's like 7 of them, and you can get them done within like 10 or 15 minutes total. And there's every quest gives a full experience quest wise. Like it's like you've done a proper quest that required you to go travel around and do shit, right? And you can do those every single day. And then besides that, there's another really good area that I've explored, and that was there's this area in Duratar that has you fight 3 named elites. They're right next to each other. They're not elites, but 3 named dudes. They're right next to each other, and the quests give even more than your average. I do this all fucking time. Stuck in there. Anyway, the quests give even more than your average experience. They seem to give like 1.5 a normal quest, and you can do those once a day with party sync. So basically, I would log on, do both of those. It takes me like 20-30 minutes real time, gain all that experience, and then log back off on the character. Anyway, I'm surprised you're using Spike over File for Tyrannical. Oh yeah. Free to play. Someone can suggest me some MMO free to play, please. I wouldn't ever consider playing a free to play MMO. God, that would be horrible. Where's the souls at? What's going on here? Here we go. WoW is the perfect game for value. It's extremely cheap. Really compared to anything. I guess not necessarily compared to other games, but I don't know. I don't know why people like insist on that comparison. WoW is not like other games, you literally like. So let's put it, this is the comparison I always make. $15 for WoW. Okay, first of all, $15. I can't even eat a single meal for $15 right now. Like, there's no way I could eat something that would be not just complete garbage for $15 right now. So that's step one. That's just like a basic function. But I've been comparing it to golf a lot because I've been playing a lot of golf recently, and to golf, even at the like weakest course around here, is $31. Now there's a couple courses that are slightly cheaper, maybe like in the 20s, 29, 27 or something, but yeah, it's not really a course I would ever golf at. But yeah, so $31 for golf. Okay, for that I get 4 hours of entertainment. All right, so for half of that, I get unlimited entertainment for a single month. Okay, if I could get for $30, I can play unlimited golf for a single month. I mean, come on, that would be ridiculous, right? It's never gonna happen. So when you start comparing it to anything IRL at all, you start to realize just how cheap gaming is in general, but just how cheap a game like WoW is completely. I mean, you literally play it for 1,000 hours a month and you'll still never do everything that the game offers. Yeah, you start to realize just how I would pay just to not have to deal with the bullshit free-to-play nonsense that happens in games, honestly. Anyway, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. It takes me less than 30 seconds, 1 to 50. Oh yeah, 30 seconds. You just buy the boost. Final Fantasy's free trial is very good. Spent 200 hours on it. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, WoW has a free trial too, but yeah. If you're not going to play the end game of either of those games, I can't imagine it'd be worth getting into. I use Spike on 2 of my tanks. It's always a little disappointing. Yeah, not the best. Not the best offense, not the best defense, but it's got the leech and it's decent. High item level as well, so pretty good. Alright, the slow builds. Final Fantasy's free trials are really good. I gotcha. What is it? What is it just like? Compare it to WoW's free. Compare it to WoW. What does it offer? If it was the exact same in WoW, what would it offer? They give you a decent amount of the game for free. Like for WoW, from what I remember, if you just pay $15 per sub, if you just get a sub, you can play a ton of the game. Like everything but Shadowlands. That's hella worth it to me. You don't even have to buy a single thing. You literally just pay monthly for the sub, which you don't even have to pay for. You can just get gold and do it that way. But oh yeah, the leech. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's legit 300 to 400 hours of content. Yeah, that's fine. Just explain like what there is specifically. I mean, there's probably more than that, right? An MMORPG should have thousands of hours of content. I mean, millions of hours, really. You could literally, like I said, I could play, even if they never created another piece of content for WoW, it would be years before I've exhausted everything that would ever be in this game. The thing is, the game's content isn't designed to be done once. That's the problem, I guess. Like, MMORPGs in general, I assume we're all like that. Like, to play WoW and say, like, oh, I did the raid, that's it, I'm never doing it again. That's just not how it works, right? Like, that's not what the raid was designed for, so. There aren't many good free-to-play games out there, IMO. The only ones that come to mind are League and Apex. Neither compete with WoW. Well, they certainly compete with WoW financially, but for me and my interest, zero interest in those games right now. Apex especially, I have zero interest in. But I will say that a free-to-play game is not something anybody should go looking for, honestly. Like, think about it this way, like, you're being tricked, right? There's no game that can be free, right? It costs money to make games, always, no matter what. So the only time a game should ever be free is when it can't legally be sold, and that would be fan games and you know, heavily modded versions of games instead. So for me, the only free-to-play quote-unquote games I would ever consider would be Pokemon fan games or ROM hacks of games that I already own. Those are technically free-to-play games, right? But to play like a AAA free-to-play game, you're just being tricked into thinking it's free. It's not, you know what I mean? You'd have to, like, you're going to be surrounded by a lot of temptation for it to not be free. Let's put it that way. Like, even Hearthstone. Hearthstone's probably, like, relatively tame compared to a lot of games. But, like, to play Hearthstone completely free, you really have to have a strong will. You know what I mean? You have to be mentally strong, because it's not going to be easy. There's going to be a lot of times you want to spend money on that game, and even if you spend, like, you know, you'd have to spend less than $15 a month for it to be free, right? Like, wow, it's $15 a month. To spend $15 a month on Hearthstone, you're not even going to get much. So I'd rather $15 a month because I know what I'm getting. PoE is the best free-to-play game, and that sounds really bad too from what I was talking Morgraine about last week. I don't actually know. I haven't played it myself, but it sounds like very. They have a lot of money things that you could spend. I just don't like that. But Path of Exile's concept is spectacular. I'll say this out loud every day. If Path of Exile's like character building concept could come to WoW, it would be, oh my god, the best game ever. Anyway, it's just a fundamentally different game. Each expansion of Final Fantasy has to be done on every account. Oh. That's stupid. What the fuck? That's retarded. Okay, anyway, League of Legends feels pretty free, but you're definitely spammed with temptation to buy skins. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. League is not free at all. Stash tabs are the PoE temptation. Oh yeah. PoE's biggest paid things are stash tabs. What is that? I see your IO is 1900. Yeah, finally. Took us a while to get there. How hard are 20s? I've yet to finish a 20, so pretty hard. Can't seem to get into any is the problem. Alright. Jump into the lava. That's a crazy name you got there. No thanks. Stash tabs are like, if you enjoy the game, pay a bit of money to get some quality of life improvements. I see. They trick us because it's not free to play, free to download, but when you play, you will pay, kinda. Yeah, I mean, it's like going into a casino and expecting to enjoy yourself without spending money, right? Like the whole purpose of them existing is to get money out of you. So you're not gonna be able to do that. Very, very, you're gonna have to have huge, crazy strong will for that to work out. Basically, stash tabs in PoE are very limited, and the premium ones allow you to list the items in them on the market. Oh, so it's just like loot boxes, effectively, right? Why are they called tabs? It's weird. That's interesting. I still have this article up. Apple takes 30% of every in-app purchase made through apps. This includes signing up for a streaming service like HBO Max. What the fuck? That's bizarre. That seems super sketchy. No, they are like bank slots. Oh. Wait, what? Why would you try it? I'm confused. Allow you to list items in them on the market. I don't get it. I'm just gonna leave. Thanks anyway. You buy more bank slots and you can sell items in them to other players if you have premium ones. So you're saying that you turn BOP items into BOE by paying for them? Is that what the suggestion is? Path of Exile is the best free-to-play game. Only cosmetics. Gotcha. It does sound extremely aggressive, though. Do you have fun with your guilds? Yes. Much fun. Walls. Wait. Starting off strong today. I guess we're avoiding Necrotic Wake as well anymore. This is so sad because it's such a fucking easy key. Like, it's insane how fucking easy that key is. There are no BOE items in PoE. So then why would you not be able to sell something in your bank? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense to me. You buy more bank slots and you could sell items in them to other players if you have premium ones. Why? That doesn't make any sense at all. How much time do you spend on WoW off stream? Well, now that we're streaming the raids, I don't know. I used to have an easy answer for that, but now I don't know anymore. I'm not sure, actually. Haven't thought about it in a while. Some let you list items on auction house. Otherwise, you have to manually invite players into an instance and trade them. Others let you organize currency. Most free games normally don't put a lot of work in them. It's not a game like League or PoE. You aren't going to get a lot of money back. Right. Why you keep leaving groups? I'm not leaving. They're basically kicking me. That group basically kicked me. The first one did kick me. Grats on 228 in the world for DK. Oh, really? Is that impressive? I wouldn't say so, but I'm glad that there's a lot of good tanks ahead of me, that's for sure. At one point, there was like 100 tanks ahead of me, and there was like nobody even close to competitive, but it seems like things have changed there. You can tank my 19. All right. You have it listed. The free tabs lack the functionality to sell on the market. So just take them out of the tab and then sell them, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I'm probably never going to understand that, so don't worry about it. I'd have to see it, I guess, to understand it. What is the weekly? Halls and theaters. So no theaters currently. We'll go back to the mall. Outside of the tabs, I think the only way is to list on the forums, and even then they have gotten rid of the forum scrubbers for that. Yeah, I don't know. Game doesn't make any sense to me based on all this. I'm confused. No worries. Forget 19s, tank my 16. No thanks.
I welcome you.
Okay, so back to the
as
mob
it
for a bit.
must be.
I have 19 Halls of Atonement. Gotcha. Sweet. If anybody's listening to any of these keys, let me know. I'll sign up. Hardest dungeon in your opinion? I guess Sanguine, right? Don't know. Don't really think of the dungeons as difficult. Usually it's the affixes that I would find difficult. Like if every dungeon had no affixes, it would be super easy, right? It's usually things like, oh, fuck, it's necrotic. Okay, well, which dungeons get harder? Or what dungeons suck for explosive, stuff like that. That's usually the way I think about it. The other side, I guess it also depends on like what difficulty we're talking about. Are we talking about like, you know, there's a lot of factors. Yeah, like DOS's timer is tight, but the dungeon itself is not difficult. If it's especially not tyrannical, like there's really not much difficulty in there at all. So it's like your definition of difficulty, how easy it is to have like a perfect run with no deaths. Yeah, that's different. And then is your definition like how easy it is to upgrade the key, you know, all these things. So I don't know. For me, I think about like as the tank's perspective, what is the hardest dungeon? And I can't really come up with it. Like none particularly stand out to me like they did in BFA. But yeah, if I had to pick one overall, it would be Sanguine. It's just always a tough, lot of areas that you can wipe. But to be fair, the timer's extreme. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't, actually. DOS is pretty hard on Tyrannical. Yeah, definitely. DOS's difficulty is, can you kill Hakar? I wouldn't even say that. I mean, the other bosses can be very difficult on Tyrannical, too. Other side. Alright, we'll finally do the key I told him I would do. Hakar's a wall for a lot of groups, but I've definitely, I mean, we had it a few times on stream where we kill Hakar and then wipe on the second boss. Raging Necrotic is the worst of fixes I've ever come across. Necrotic sucks for sure. It's just not very fun. But I'm starting to think I feel the same way about Storming. Storming is definitely less difficult than Necrotic, but it's way less fun too. It's just so dumb. Like there's just nothing I can do about it half the time. Like I'd have to be constantly moving the packs in different directions. And if it knocks me up at the wrong time, I could die because of it. It will never kill me on its own, but I saw you doing a card just fine, and then the group hit a wall. Yeah, that happened. At least, I know at least one time. I'm sure it's happened more than that. Honestly, I think the only reason people think that third boss isn't the hardest boss in there is because they never get past Hakar. Like, I think Hakar is a very hard boss, obviously, but I think that third boss is just as hard. You pretty much never get there. What else? Bursting sucks when your group doesn't care. It sucks on like super low keys. Actually, I don't know if that's even the case now that it doesn't do percentage health anymore, right? I don't know. IMO Mist. I have a Mythic Plus push group with no Bombkin or Fire Mages. Tyrannical Mist feels mathematically impossible. Yeah, that first boss is quite difficult, but to be honest, just take your time with it. Just be conservative for the whole fight, and you'll be fine. Just don't wipe to the first boss. Doesn't really. You don't need those classes. I mean, there's plenty of other classes that do good burst damage. Storming is the worst affix for Fleshcraft. Oh, really? If you have Storming, the most optimal comp is all range. Correct, of course. I hate the Mana Storms on Fort. Easy to push them too quick. I actually kind of agree with that, yeah. They're hard on both Fort and Tyrannical, I agree.
I do agree. I hate mechanics that say, oh, you did too much DPS, get fucked. That happens a lot in raids, to be honest. I chose a Sanguine Depths also. A lot of punishing mechanics for both trash and boss with the gauntlet, but yeah, generous timer. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so fucking easy to upgrade if you just have no mistakes, but the mistakes are hard to avoid. Whereas like Mists, like there's not a lot of mistakes that you can make in there, and it's like comfortable to upgrade, you know? So it's like easy on both fronts. And then like the other side is kind of the same. Like on a fort, the other side, pretty damn easy, honestly. There's like 2 or 3 difficult packs, but the timer's super tight. Or just go a mini for Fleshcraft on the move. Oh yeah, that's cool. Wait, there's a soulbind for Fleshcraft on the move. Wow. I almost got my first 19 last week and plenty of time left. Then I hit by a tornado and missed the death strike and died. Dude, that happened to me a bunch last week. It was really frustrating. Hold on, I'm interested in seeing the soulbind calculator. Necrolord. Fleshcraft's passive effect on... Wait, that's not him. That's Merilith. Wait, who the fuck is a mini? Oh, that's the middle guy. That's not what I thought a mini was going to be a chick. Conqueror's Banner. Oh, that's Warrior. DK. Abomination Lamb increases your primary stat by 5% up to 4 nearby allies. Oh, that's pretty damn good. Fleshcraft increases your maximum health by 5%, or you may channel Fleshcraft while moving. Yeah. And it does allow you to take a tanking conduit, so that's pretty good. Oh, you may attune your Hearth Kidney Stone. Wait, does that give you a second Hearthstone? Oh, that's fucking awesome, actually. Holy shit. God, I wish Knife had something like that. After taking falling damage, the health loss becomes a shield. That's pretty cool, too. Doesn't really happen too often in 5-mans. When reduced below 20% health, you fear nearby enemies. That's probably useless. Gain 3% haste. Oh, that's pretty good. It's an interesting tree. 3 tanking conduits, though. If we did that path, that would not be good, I don't think. Yeah, no. The best ones are the finesse ones. It's funny. You need at least 2 finesse ones, it seems like. As long as you have 1, I guess you're alright. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, 1 finesse and 3 tank ones. That's actually pretty good. Ideally, it's 2 and 2, but... I also had runs where people push second boss Plaguefall in the next phase while the exploding ad was still up. Oh, wow. The fuck? Really? I've never seen that. The bombkin always dies in my group, not because of mechanics, because they do so much damage, my threat is non-existent, and they die in 2 seconds. Wow. Bombkin's damage is usually all single target, so you shouldn't have problems with that. Veerheart progging Enerva. Oh, I know, Metro. High DPS should never punish your group IMO. Yeah, that's not really a good example. The Enerva thing is kind of like a bug, honestly. Why is that guy at survival on meta squad? Anyway, especially if you make that mistake in the gauntlet and you skip the 3-pack like I do, lose a lot of time. Yeah, you can't really do that, yeah. We always get the 10-second ad skip and not the minute ad skip. 10-second ad skip and not the minute ad skip. Yeah, but anyway, the first, if you're talking about the first skip in general, that's like, it's kind of a bug, honestly. I don't think Blizzard wanted that to happen. Like, realistically, the mechanic should just continue. If the cast begins, it should not stop, right? I don't know why it would, honestly. It seems like a bug. The Holy Pally heals aren't even bad. I can go from 15% health all the way to 100% with 1 bursty heal. Oh yeah, holy pallies. If you get crits, it's fucking crazy. Isn't that how Shadowlands Generals works too? Never tried it on Mythic. Yeah, same. I use the movement speed on a mini. You can move through packs very nicely. That's a potency conduit though. Movement speed increased by 3% for every nearby enemy. That's quite interesting actually. That might be a good way to play when I'm getting used to not being Night Fae, honestly. Because I'm used to this mobility. I have 4. Yep, I can give you one. Sure. Anyway, goddamn, there's so much people selling gold in pre-made groups. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't, who is buying that there's that many people selling it? It's crazy. I don't think they're selling gold though. They're just selling boosts, but I mean, imagine, I can't even imagine what that shit is like in Classic though. It's probably 10 times worse. Sarah was saying you like legitimately can't find. She said there was like 3 people advertising that they were looking to be boosted in a dungeon, and she was like, "Can't. Let's all just make a group." And she's like, nobody replied. Basically, like nobody said yes. Like, what the fuck? That is kind of scary. People aren't actually interested in playing the game. Interested in being carried through it. The boosts annoy the hell out of me. I just don't understand the functionality. Like, why would you pay for a boost in a game that you're choosing to play?
5, 4.
If you could do it offline.
2,
Let's put it this way.
1.
I know this is even more against the terms of service, but like if there was a way to like pay for a boost while I was out, like while I was golfing, I guess, or at work or something like that, if I had a job, it'd be like, yeah, that would be the time to pay for it, right? I'm not gonna fucking pay for it while I'm online. I'm online. I want to play the game. I don't know. Like if somebody could like level a character for me while I was offline and that was supported by Blizzard, I'd pay for that, I guess, maybe. Something like that. Or gear up a character while I'm offline, that'd be interesting. Isn't More Cookies a YouTuber streamer? I don't know. If you pay for AOTC, hold on. This week is good for Corian. You use embalmer's oil, yes. You pay for ARTC as soon as you can in the expansion. It gets you into pugs easily to play in better groups. I don't know. And if anybody's actually pugging raids, like often, you're strange. Like, what the fuck? There are more people selling boots than actual people with applications. Yeah, that's my point. It seems to me that there's, like, far more people selling than there should be for what the market would allow. So I don't know how that's possible. It just must be incredibly lucrative, like 0 detriment to them to be able to do it. I don't really understand. Explosives count for the crit buff. Gotcha. I don't know what that is. But... I do notice the lack of defense from the Soulbot now, that's for sure. It adds up. Although this healer's like actually not healing at all for some reason. Did I get that one? You're not really DPSing either. That's just Resto Druid, man. It kind of sucks to say it, but that's the best you're gonna get out of Resto Druid DPS, probably. I mean, I'm sure there's people who could do a lot, but oh god, in Classic it's way worse because that's when gold is actually very wantable. Selling IRL money for 1,000 gold. Funny part is a lot of them are scams. Oh yeah. Well, all I know is gold inflation in general in Classic seems to have gotten out of control. I'm a little embarrassed to say that I had one of my Classic characters boosted by a team viewer from my phone while at work. Well, that's more than embarrassing. That's actually against the terms of service, so I would be careful saying that out loud, but yeah, I mean, like a service like that would be something I would consider paying for, but if you're actually online and able to play the game, I don't know why I would ever pay somebody else to play with me. Honestly, that one add-on really made the LFG a lot nicer. Oh yeah, it gets rid of the info or whatever. Gets rid of the spammers. Like, just have one person deleting the applications or ban the people who make those boost applications, and that's it. Oh, then no, it's not against the terms of service. That's the thing. That's why we're talking about this in the first place, because it's actually fully allowed to do what they're doing. What's your opinion on Brewmaster Tank? Nothing small enough to conversate on. Would you have a specific question about my thoughts on them, or? Yeah, fortunately with Lust pushes us ahead of the window, so we end up having the fear during the burn. I think I miss. What's... Because you're a loner and you want friends, there's plenty of people playing the game, then you can always just play with those people instead, right? Get that off. Oh, we have people on the ad again? Like, I don't get it. How is this dude at 40% health when the shield's up? What is going on? He is just so crazy. Okay, there we go. It's gonna happen again, though. God, our damage in this mob is terrible. The hunter was supposed to be good at it. This is like a raid fight, honestly. It's kind of crazy. They probably need to nerf the health scaling or something on this fight. Yeah, we have a totem. Good call on making that known. Alright, that was a little bit better. But it's one more full phase, at least.
Dude, it might be too. We're barely doing like 10 or I guess about 15% of this dude's health.
How dare you defy me?
Think we stay on him? I'm unsure. Certainly stay on him. He said 6%.
Obey me.
Alright. That's pretty good actually. Oh. Slow, but it was killed without any mistakes.
Yay! More friends are here to play. Come along.
You probably want to do some damage to boss during the tree phase, otherwise every phase you get is 800k more HP you need to get through. Oh yeah, obviously people are cleaving and stuff. %, need some health scaling on Tyrannical. That is actually insane. Yeah, that's longer than any fight should ever be, I feel like. Especially on a 19. A bit silly.
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
Sorry, I've done 838 keys. Never see a Brewmaster tank. Is there a reason for that? Unsure. I don't think you're being truthful. There's no way. No way you've done 838 keys and not seen a single of an option. That doesn't even make sense. Spent 5 minutes on last boss and Necrotic Wake Tyrannical. That one's pretty long too, to be fair, yeah. Oh, almost missed that interrupt. A little clumsy clicking the target there. I think it's this one.
You did it! Good guess.
Oh, there's my man. $10 raining big today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too, man. Thanks for the very generous $10 donation.
You think yourself
There's
accepted,
pride.
gifted, but you will learn humility.
Monk is the least played class. I'm a Mistweaver. I had around 1 to 3 monk tanks in my keys. Gotcha. At least at the beginning of the season, there was tons of Mistweavers on the leaderboard, so I don't know. Don't know anything about it.
You're almost there.
For a druid, that healer's doing decent DPS. They're basically not healing at the expense of it, but that's fine, of course. Not an issue. I'm just kind of shocked at how little
healing or how little damage they're actually doing in that case. Like if you think about probably any other class, but certainly a shaman or of course a paladin, if 100% of their globals were offense, or you know like 75% of their globals were offense, you'd see more than 1.3k on a single target with pride, right? It's kind of scary. But of course they're also running around doing the maze, so fair enough. Got a lot of jobs in this section of the dungeon here. Wait, what is this? What?
Beware.
What's happened here? What the fuck? What's happened here? What?
Beware. Beware. Beware.
There's more than one of these bosses? These mini bosses? I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought there was only one per dungeon regardless. You can pull the frog over if you have a 40-yard ranged ability. Wow, that's interesting. It's typical to do double frogs. That would make a lot more sense than doing it right now. I didn't know there was more than one. I thought there was only one of each of these. MDI strats. Yeah, who did that? That's interesting. Hunter pulled through wall. That's interesting. Are we actually done with the maze though? I don't think so.
Beware.
Yeah, we have one more thing, so this is completely wasted. You can also pet macro attack it as well. Dude's name is fuck you. What the hell? How does that work?
Beware. Beware.
I've done the pet macro to pull before. Yeah.
You think yourself exceptional, gifted, but you will learn humility.
YouTube account is from beta. It's a secret. Huh? The druid did it. He's streaming. Why would you do this though? What's the point of getting pride right now? What improvements would you like to see in 9.1? I don't know. I don't really think in those terms because it would mean I would have to think about things that I'm not satisfied with, and I try not to think about stuff like that. Do you think... Do you think Mythic should get more gear if you do a 20 or like for like 223? It's hard to say the answer is no, right? But I don't really think the answer is yes either. I think Mythic 20 should give cosmetics. Well, then you'll love what they're giving now. Portals to dungeons. That's a fucking... That's a pretty cool thing.
You did it! Good guess.
Shit, was that just an error? Like, was the goal certainly wasn't to get pride right before a trash pack, right? We were gonna get pride for the boss here if we had done it right. Non-tanks pulling on their own without communicating? Yeah, I mean, luckily it's this dungeon and there's no possible mistake we can make here, but yeah, that's pretty fucking stupid. Especially because I mean, unless I'm missing something, I don't understand why you would pull that there. That was probably the most, like, if you could have fought both of the frogs together, like somebody suggested, that sounds awesome, but pulling it on top of that trash pack actually caused 2 different deaths, and we gained nothing from it, from what I can tell.
One of us is not like the other.
It's like one of those things that's like, oh, I'm doing it because somebody else did it and everybody needs to do it kind of thing. It's like people don't actually understand why you do things. It's a toss-up because sometimes at the end of the maze you'll have 57. It was a short maze this time. He rolled the dice and lost.
I don't think so. We were 70%, so plenty of count to get to 60 there. Should have been very noticeable as soon as we pulled that pack. Pugging Keystone Master was so frustrating. Oh yeah. Well, hopefully it'll be a good lesson to learn from then. Like, if you're just doing it now, you're very late. Try to get it done earlier in the season when there's more levels of competency around, you know?
One of us is not like the others.
Beware.
What's this?
Is that one? The hunter is trash. Oh god, 3k. Yeah, the DPS in this group is not good. I don't think we're gonna upgrade this. Last boss is gonna be a mess. We'll see. If you got Keystone Master this season, it should be this season, then getting it next season should be easier. What makes you say that? And getting Keystone Master should be easy no matter what. Like, it's just 15s. It's very easy once you get fully geared. That's precisely the issue. You saw someone else do it. The difference is they did it for a reason. That's what it feels like to me, yeah. I'm like the complete opposite in that way. I would rather understand the reasons and fail. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather be wrong, but understand the reasons of why, than do something that someone else did just because they say it's better. That's, you know, partially what happens with all these route arguments that we have over the years. It's a part of it, that's for sure. I don't know how the fuck we survived that. Because you should go straight into that grind with everyone else. If you got it later, then you were behind the pack. I thought you were saying, like, if you get it at any point in the season. Yeah, obviously you'll want to try to get ahead of the curve next time. Doing PvP as a DK was the worst thing I've ever done in a while. Okay. Because are you excited for the 20 achievement? No, I can't even get into 20, so I'm not excited to anything. Skip pride for a boss, huh? With 71% count, you might be fine. If you have Blood Elves in the party, you can consider Double Pull and Arcane Torrent. Yeah, guys, I'm really not worried. That's just like way too easy of a key to be trying to fiddle with it. I had a random guy do it too. It was the second frog, so I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, it's not a problem. The route is completely agnostic in terms of what it needs count-wise. So it's just one less pull at the end. But the problem is there that it just didn't do anything for us. Like, we didn't need it. It didn't help us. It actually caused deaths too, so now we have to be careful on this pack instead of pulling it all. No, well, we just pull it all. Forget it. It luckily works out. Those small mobs give so little count that it didn't cause issues.
Meddle all you like, mortals. You will remain inevitable.
So they have a poison spell as well. The reason they do it on high keys is because they skip this pack and do a big pull instead, I see. If this is anything other than I'm trying to do 0 healing this run as a challenge, Resto Druid fucking sucks.
Trank. Why would you not release? Just battle rest the guy? Okay, cool. Finds 15 harder than 16s. I agree. Yep. That's what kind of was my point there. Make sure you're getting ahead of it next season. Imagine playing this many mobs and doing an 11k. With pride too, right? There's a lot of mobs there, but not really. Most of them were just complete fodder. You, as an adult man, should not be playing video games. You need a job. Well, this is my job, so awkward for you. Mr. Druid is worst healer for everyone. Yeah, I hate to say it over. Oh, this is actually gonna be pride. Perfect. Okay, this actually ends up working out pretty well, actually. Now we don't even need the last pack. If this was done to set up this is actually worth it, I would say. I doubt it, though. Mr. Druid had their fun in BFA. Yeah, that's it. It's like Affliction, Warlock, and Legion, right? Alright, you've had your fun. We've got a boomer in the chat. Just a troll. Ah, man. Is he gonna onk? Please just onk. This is your job. I bet you do not have a wife. Correct, I do not have a wife. Alright, here we go. Can't wait for the AF buffs. Oh yeah, they're buffing it. I don't know. Unsure about that. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to express that as adult male, you should be doing more with your life. Okay. Well, I don't give a fuck what you think, so thanks for wasting your time. What else? Not comments here all of a sudden because of that. Does look like upgrade though, as long as we don't do something crazy. Like not Bloodlust? Wait, was Lust just not up, I guess? If the app changes go live as they are right now, they're going to be absolutely busted? Really? Wow, I didn't know they were buffing them like that. Well, one or the other, there's certainly going to be a lot more changes coming, so I wouldn't expect anything like that. Yeah, we used the battle res again on that guy out of combat. Man, that is just so... What is that guy doing? Why would you battle res somebody out of combat? What's the point in doing that? If you're gonna battle res the fucking person, do it while we're fighting the pride. So we have no battle res here. Things are about to get very interesting. I'm here to tell you that as an adult lady who doesn't allow your children do what they want makes you a terrible person. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about... Honestly, like, if anybody was serious... I know this isn't a serious thing, but if anybody was seriously saying that in 2021 and their children are infants now, you're a fucking retard. Because by the time the people of this generation that are just beginning are our age now,
probably like 70% of business is going to be done online. So to be that like clueless is kind of embarrassing, honestly. I mean, it's not even embarrassing. It's actually scary because you're basically saying that like your child has no potential earning in the future then.
The likeness of this of your sight, your flesh will nurse my offspring.
Okay, oh, this is a deplete. Crazy. I can't believe we wasted all those battle res. It's literally if we just didn't battle res people on, like, we literally battle res people after the danger was over. Twice we did that. I don't know if that if that dude did that by accident or what, but that was a pretty huge mistake, honestly. Cost us the key in the end.
I can predict your everywhere.
Ironically, it's not over yet. But it probably will be soon. I don't have anything up.
This of your sight, my
I need to survive this somehow. It's already past the timer though.
predict your everywhere. But then I suppose failure.
Somehow Sign is still alive. God, he's actually like caring too. Cause I can't do all this shit. I'm dead. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Your actions are easy.
I was a good mother, thank you very much. I'm glad that I did not well, okay, so certainly if your children are he killed it, damn. Certainly if your children are in their like 40s or 50s now, then yeah, maybe you made the right decision at the time. But anybody who's having children now and bringing that attitude into it, you're actually retarded. Like, that's just the dumbest shit ever. This generation has lost social skills because of video games. You're not wrong about that, but that doesn't mean that that's like, you know, saying like people became like less athletic because of cars. It's like, yeah, it's true. It's like a fact, but that's not going to change. Nobody's going to stop using cars just because it's true. She's just discovered the internet last week. Trying to feed into this stuff. But no battle res for the healer. Yep, because we wasted it on the trash. I mean, did you see what happened there? That was really absurd, honestly. I should upload that because that was a very unique key. This Resto Druid did this Resto Druid res the person twice out of combat with battle res instead of regular res. Scuff key, trash group, lol. Alright. Remind me to never bring enchanted shamans and off-spec resto druids. What else? Druid no heals, lol. Okay, anyway, at least we got one done. So many little mistakes. Yeah, it's a very interesting key, actually. That was, especially with this conversation that's occurred. That one should go out. Anyway, I've gained a lot of resilience from running pugs. Yeah, no doubt. My younger son made this YouTube for me, and for some reason I had this and a bunch of other gaming streams that are recommended. I do not understand because none of my sons would ever watch or play video games. I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, why argue with somebody with the God's faith name? He believed in a non-existing being. Oh my god. Alright, let's not get too crazy. Anyway, I love trolls who stick with their script. Yeah, I mean, it's respectful. You gotta have respect for it, right? I actually this was like one of the things I used to love about streaming. It hasn't happened much recently. It's a lot harder to deal with too, but when I'm doing a fucking 19, it's like have to solo the last boss to finish the key. But Psy used to be like the master of it. People would come in and it would just be like, you ever watch like a stand-up comedian who like spends a lot of time on put downs or whatever they call it, where somebody like talks out, heckles them, and then they have to put down a heckle? That was like Psy was like fucking great at it. And he would always, I'd be like, should I ban the person? He'd be like, no, let it play out. And I'd be like, oh, here we go. It's crazy. How can anyone really not understand that God is real? It's interesting, regardless of this. I always like this topic because it's like, what do you think the other religions feel like? How do you believe that it integrates? Like, I'm very interested in hearing thoughts on this, even if it's not serious. Like, if you believe that, then how do you parse the fact that there's like what, like 50 other mainstream religions? Maybe not that many, depending on how you would classify it, but like, especially if you look at like the time period that Christianity developed. I mean, provided we're talking about Christianity here, I suppose. But yeah, regardless, all three of the major Abrahamic religions developed around the same time period. Much later than society itself, right? Like at that point, there was, you know, very prominent societies that existed. So how does that all make sense? I think a lot of people just simply don't know that. I think like literally a lot of people just don't think about it. They just suppress the idea because it does make me think like if there was a reason to be skeptical, that would be the reason. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, all of these religions formed within 100 years of each other, and before that, people lived and and didn't have any issues. You know what I mean? It's like all of these things existed and were existing, and it's relatively modern, and they all seem to compete with each other. So, not eating hot dogs is a sin. Hot dogs are definitely not a sandwich, though. So, believing in God because of the place you were born. Maybe you should have played video games. Jeez. The irony in this person is here watching a game stream complaining about gaming. That's not, I mean, that is basic levels of irony. That's like the people who come in and complain about my UI. It's like, that's very basic levels of irony. But yeah, I'm always interested in that topic. Like, you guys don't know this because I try to never bring it up on stream because of shit like this, but I am extremely interested in the history of religion. Like, it's probably the thing I'm the most interested in, like on like a non-gaming scale or like a non-activity scale. It's very interesting to see what has transpired over the last 1,000 years, with religious motivations in tow. I have one question for everyone here. If God isn't real, then how were we brought to Earth? There is no explanation there. Okay, that's fine. You can talk about that all you want. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, if you're serious about this, about, like, what do you think of Islam and Buddhism and Jainism and Judaism and... I mean, like, what do you think of, like, the religions that are practiced by people who don't even know what Christianity is? Like, you know what I mean? Like, truly, I think Judaism, like, all the Abrahamic faiths in general kind of compete. They kind of exist within each other, you know what I mean? Like, they all are aware of their existence and they kind of compete. But if you look at, like, yeah, say like Zoroastrianism, right? How could you ever, like, there's people now who are still practicing Zoroastrianism, right? Like Freddie Mercury was one of them. How would you have a theological debate with Freddie Mercury in good faith and assume that there's only one religion that matters? It just doesn't make any sense. Zoroastrianism was around like 1,000,000 years before Christianity, right? So I don't know, that stuff always interests me. I've never heard anybody actually have a counter to that, mostly because nobody ever hears it, I guess, out loud. Anyway, those people be like, do not play violent games. What else? That shaman did 4.6k overall. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's another miss. If you really want to do it, we can. Miss 19, we can just do that if you want to. If you want to play together. Anyway, how can people complain about someone else's UI? It happens a lot. It's archaic. Oh, there's Gabby not. We invented in some dark age for control of the population with fear of a god. Now we don't need that. I have to say, if I was gonna, you know, If I was gonna pick a side on this topic, it would be that. That would be my side. It does feel like some hierarchical. I don't know if that's the word, but it does feel like some inevitability of domination of society, huh? Metro kicking off the religious discussion. I love this topic. I try never to bring it up because I know how. Let's put it this way: if you said that to somebody who's like a stout, you know, Muslim or whatever, like practicing Islam, like they would be very, very, very unhappy with that. You know what I mean? So I don't ever want to bring that up on stream because it's so controversial. But like to me, it's. I mean, do people just not know that's the case? Like I'd be very interested in hearing someone who's like actually devout in a religion in general, especially one that is so modern like those three. I mean, I guess Judaism is not necessarily that modern, but it's compared to others, it certainly is. How do you reckon with that, you know? Especially because they all seem to think that they're perfect in their worship, you know? Or maybe that's not the word they would use, but that they're ideal in their worship, like that there's no changes coming. There's Mustafa Muhammad. Not really Metro, you can say or believe what you want. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just know that in the past it's not been received that way. Why does a Mexican man love me? Kind of sus. God religion is just to make sense of a world that doesn't make sense. Anyway, okay, we're just getting some weird stuff going on now. All right, anyway, let's add this to the list. That was another 19. This time it was completion, at least. Maybe Resto Druid. Hunter, Rogue. But yeah, that was probably one of the most interesting keys in a very long time because we literally wiped to using battle reses poorly. And not even just poorly. Like, I complain about this all the time where it's like, oh my god, I can't believe we wasted battle res to that dumb death or to trash and stuff in general, right? And yeah, you could look at it that way because, of course, that shaman was like for the deaths or something like that. Whatever, so that sucks. But we did not need to res the guy in combat, in my opinion. Like, if it was only me resing, I would say no, that was not needed. And so I left it up to the druid, who, you know, whatever, more experienced, fine, leave it up to them. They chose not to res in combat and instead use rebirth twice, 2 separate times out of combat. The mob is dead, and instead we use rebirth instead of revitalization, or whatever it's called. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's a very odd decision now, because you could have just done that in combat and we would have been safe, right? But to do it out of combat makes it look like an error, and it ultimately ends up being an error, so it's crazy. Oh, here we go again. What's going on? A woman who came into our church, a well-respected lady, was found out to own adult toys, and I will not go into more detail than this. Well, 3 days later, she was hit by a car. Oh my gosh, that's good. Oh well. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, let's put. What was the quote from Game of Thrones? If your god demands that you burn people or something, your god is evil. I think that applies here. If you think that the only way to indicate somebody should be repenting for their sins is to have them be hit by a car, then your god is evil. Anyway, religion is fine and all, but what's really interesting is what conditioner Metro uses. Yeah, I don't actually use conditioner. I only use shampoo. Religious, I read that. I was watching his stream too. He was testing DPS trinkets and messing around testing things, pulling through wall. Wasn't really invested in the outcome. Yeah, I figured. Something makes no sense to me, but my faith explains this. No sense scenario to me. It's the fact. And I'm not this sure this guy is a troll. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah. Is this Kyrie? Oh god, dude. Fucking Kyrie. Alright, well, we're gonna do a third miss here, one way or the other.
Wow. If God is knowing, how did she get away with 3 toys for so long? Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. Hopefully we won't end up in Torghast. Yeah, that'd be scary. Stuck there forever. Especially if you're stuck with shitty anima builds. Like, oh my god, imagine. Probably slinging those things since the 70s. Slinging. That's a funny way to put it. I really like the word slinging as like a verb or something. Like, there was a guy who, well, I mean, he still does, but there's a restaurant, restaurant around here that sells steak and cheeses. And the guy's, he used to own pool halls in this area, but he like sold them all to become, so his story is always that he hung up his billiards so he could start slinging steaks. That's the phrase. Slinging steaks. And I'm like, God, that is a strange fucking way to describe that, but it's catchy. We got her. It's a shame. It's like the first legitimate chance I thought I was going to have that type of debate, and it just never can't even, just like nobody on the planet is ever going to like answer that question, I feel like. Okay, anyway. Well, it's 2 o'clock. We've only gotten 2 keys done, 1 finished. It feels like a good week to do some alt stuff, though, honestly. We'll see what happens. We'll see how tomorrow goes. And maybe do some Holy Pally on the weekend. Get back to it. Maybe like 2. The thing is, like, 1 day of alts is just not enough, I feel like. I don't know. Kind of like spend time and just like, basically, like, I have to play like a new main, basically, to enjoy it. I'm interested in near-death experiences. They usually tell similar things. White light, feeling loved, maybe seeing dead relatives. Also, a lot of dying people start to talk to dead relatives, yeah. There's a lot of reasons to also believe, too. Like, I mean, I tell you, anybody who's blindly skeptical, like who hasn't really thought about this, go look up Marian apparitions. And I hate to say this, but you're going to regret that I brought it up because it's scary. It's scared the fuck out of me when I first heard about this stuff. So, yeah. If you are not completely closed-minded to it, you might want to check it out. What is your favorite porn star? The fuck? Not sure I have a favorite porn star. Hope God is not like in the Bible, though. Yeah. Well, that's another thing, right? Like the Bible, always a weird topic to me. Like the Bible has been transcribed in like a million different languages. Let's put it this way. This is another great one. Combining gaming as well here. So did anybody ever play Final Fantasy Tactics on PlayStation? If so, you'll know that it had a horrendous translation. Okay. Now that was done with a relatively big budget, right? That game was made with a strong budget, and maybe its ports were not as desirable as they would be in modern day, but you know, whoever translated that game, it was fucking terrible. Like it's embarrassingly bad. Okay, and that's in 2019 or what? Not 2019. I guess probably 1990 actually, something. I don't know when that game came out, but a long time ago. Still, it's in the 1900s, late 1900s. Okay, now we're gonna go back 1,000 plus years. Okay, at least. I mean, I don't actually know when these Bibles were transcribed and stuff, but realistically they weren't done in one period of time either. That's the thing. So think about that. If some guy who works for a gaming company in modern day and has all the tools available to him and all the money available to him can do such a poor job of that,
how can you be sure that the original language of that Bible's meanings were not lost over the years? I don't see how anybody could believe that, right? I mean, you're fooling yourself if you think that that's an accurate translation word for word. There's no possible way, right? Considering it's been transcribed to hundreds, if not thousands, I don't know how many languages. Certainly, really skeptical. I would be very skeptical of that, honestly. But people look at it as fact. It's like, oh, it's in the Bible. It's fact. It's like, yeah, maybe if you could read Latin, go find a Bible from fucking 500 or whatever, 500 AD, and read that. Maybe that's a fact, but I doubt it. How are keys this week? So far, very bad. Abella Danger. I don't know the names very well. We get to the real questions now. Is this a documentary? No. All I know is most of the people not wearing masks and ignoring things for COVID are seemingly Christian. All I'm going to say, take it as you want. I wouldn't say that, but... I mean, look what's happened in India, right? Why do you think that in horror movies, the character who makes love before they're... Jesus Christ. That's a shame. I was actually really hoping that this was a serious thing. It's like there's like a scratch an itch that I just never get to scratch because of how controversial it is. But I could probably make like a whole channel just talking about this topic. But I feel like I see videos like this on the internet and the people are just immediately discrediting them. Like it's not, you're never gonna be, the audience is not objective. Like in WoW, maybe it's hard to see that too. Like if I talk about why Blood DK is good compared to Vengeance or something like that, there'll be like maybe like a small percentage of people who will be like, I'm not interested in hearing this person's opinion at all. But in that topic, it's like, oh no, that's 90% of the people watching. People are gonna be like, you're entirely wrong. I will never hear your opinion on this, which is a shame. So it's hard to get past that. Did you watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier? No. Is that a Marvel thing? Honestly, I really don't like Marvel. It's how sin works. It's karma. Yeah, karma is that's hilarious too, because we were just talking about ancient religions practices. I mean, that's the other thing about that really scares me about modern religions is how much connection they have to ancient religions. It's very scary and even more controversial, but yeah, look into what was the name of it? The Mithraic religion. Very I know it's mostly looked at as like fantasy, I guess, at this point, but it does bring up a lot of good points. Anyway, I'm sure you could find some good discussion in religious studies course. Yeah, that would be the opposite of what I'm looking for. Like the internet is the most kind of like balanced medium, I feel like. Like people of all faiths, you know, would exist, where if you like did that, you'd have to find people who are not inherently biased, like somebody who doesn't already have a stake in the fight. Yeah, so it's hard to find that. What is your opinion on Christian beliefs that only making love should happen after marriage? I'm not interested in talking about this nonsense. If you're interested in having a more deep conversation about topics like this, I will happily engage, but these things are just fucking made up. Like, you honestly, like, if anybody thinks that if there is a God, whatever, regardless, I'm not saying there is or isn't, but if there is or isn't a God, if you think that he actually gives a fuck about when or where you have physical interactions with each other that don't result in death, instead result in life, you're retarded. I mean, that's seriously, that's just some priest tricked somebody into thinking that at some point, right? That is not even, like, I don't even think that's controversial to say that. And that's fine, like, you know, clergymen of many denominations do stuff like this, I'm sure, and have done over the years. It's not abnormal, but just realize what you're practicing. You're practicing some man-made restriction. And it's fine to do that, obviously, but... Alright, well, we're waiting a long time, it seems. These guys are all disc priests. Oh, this guy. Yeah, we've seen this guy a lot over the years.
Maybe he's a viewer. There are arguments to answer that. Actually, the collective general perception and language systems, basically what we consider as facts, is merely distorted propagation of data through time. Yeah, it's funny you say that because one of the quotes that makes me like ponder this the most is actually from literary. Like it's from fucking True Detective. Russ Cole says certain people think that language or that religion is a language virus. And I looked into this and it's got, yeah, some very interesting stuff behind it. Very interesting. Anyway, all of these rules from the Bible have been rewritten and retranslated over the years. Yeah, I mean, one way or the other. We talked about my skepticism of the Bible's direct translations. I'm sure there's great principles in there regardless, but there's no possible way that it's an accurate translation, right? I mean, there's absolutely no possible. Can anybody actually think that? Does anybody out there think there's 100% chance it's a flawless translation? I mean, that would be a miracle, right? Honestly, like an actual miracle. The prophet, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, we played a lot with this guy over the years. I played a lot with him in BFA. I remember as early as like season 1 and 2 of BFA. I don't know if it's a stream viewer maybe, but I thought I learned something that sex before marriage only became taboo when rich men became upset about getting used goods. Yeah, I mean, like I said, one way or the other, it defies all understanding of the religion to believe that any person or any deity, let's put it that way, would ever care about when people procreate. Because, like, again, the presumption that this is some, like, you know, otherworldly standard, like, it does not understand birth control, right? Like, at one point there was no birth control, right? So, like, you're assuming that every time people are having sex, like a million years ago, that they're procreating. Like, that's the goal, right? It probably was true at some point. I imagine fertility rates have only gone down over the years. But anyway, so yeah, I don't. Just the whole concept doesn't make any sense at all. We could literally write a new Bible about Ninja from Twitch. That's probably gonna happen, actually. Yeah. There's a lot of reason to believe that, like, 1,000 years from now, people will worship the internet. Because of it, a lot of times, like, these things only get passed down because they're the most documented and recorded. And what's the biggest documentation on the planet right now? The internet.
4,
Literally everything
2, 1.
is documented, right? Oh, it's not key, right? Anyway, well, if there are axioms to not be able to divert from, we are not totally lost. Yeah. All the original Bibles were written in languages that are now dead. Yeah, that's my point. Like, I mean, I don't actually know what language the original Bible was written in, but I assume it was Latin. And unless you can find a copy that's written in Latin today, and tell me, I'd imagine any copy that's written in Latin would be written in, like, it would have been translated from English to Latin instead of the other way around as like a novelty, right? That's what I'd imagine would have happened. Yeah, to be honest, I feel like, I don't know why we're still fucking talking about this. Jesus Christ, man. I'm like Dana White and Jake Paul. As soon as it gets brought up, I just can't stop talking about it. But anyway, I feel like anybody who's a serious Western religion participant and is not considering orthodoxy as the only vital source of religious validation, you are not aware of the history of it. So. And the weirdest thing about the whole thing is that that's the documented history, right? Like, if we believe that there's undocumented and documented history in history, then What would the undocumented history have said? Is this the nice version of that situation? If so, God. Unfortunate. It's a lot of explosives. That or Sanskrit, etc. I think it was written in Hebrew. Oh yeah, that's probably true. Hebrew. That would have been, that's sure not what it was actually called at the time, but a language that descended or predated Hebrew. Because it's certainly what the Old Testament was written in, right? I'm almost scared to, this whole topic always interests me, and I study it from many angles. A lot of the information just has to come through a primary source that has a stake in the case. Like, there's no way to get a primary source that is not biased towards one religion. And the ones that I shy away from the most would be Hebrew sources, because I feel like there's a lot of propagation of kind of long-term value in that religion, and it's kind of taken on a life of its own in 2020 and plus. I'm actually scared to look at it from their perspective because of what it might mean. But I should eventually get over that. Anyway, I look at it this way. Look how about themselves people are today, and how they push their nonsensical opinion. People didn't suddenly change. Yeah, that's actually that's a really good point, honestly. It's a really good point.
Meddle all you like, mortals. You only delay the inevitable.
It's a lively one today, huh? It feels quite like satisfying to be able to talk about this publicly without, well, I probably did offend some people, but I feel like an unprompted version of this is immediately offensive, whereas some idiot coming in and making a fool out of themselves makes it easier to not feel like that. The original Bible was separate stories called Gospels brought back from the Middle East to Europe. The early Christians picked apart what they liked, rewrote, or discarded the rest. Yeah, that's another point that I didn't even bring up, that of course is even more damning for the whole translation element of it. Do you want to trust something backed up by many non-biased sources, or something that has started with one man a lifetime ago? To be fair, like I said, I will think that it's foolish to say that the two shouldn't exist side by side. I think there's a very viable option there that both can exist. Like, I don't. This is where people go wrong when discussing theology. It's like they assume that science is the enemy of theology. It's not. It's the complete opposite. Science is just a mental manifestation of understanding reality. It's a type of religion in and of itself. So if you're going to act that way about science, how do you react to other religions? And that's the conversation I was looking to have. It's like, if people are like, science is the opposite of what we believe, well, what about religions that are the opposite of what you believe? How do you reconcile the fact that those people are going to say the exact same thing just on the other side of the fence from you? It just doesn't make any sense. I've never heard anybody who is, oh god, 50%. Oh, we've done it again, guys. Never heard anybody actually have this conversation, so it's very odd to me. It seems like such a logical starting point, don't you think? But I've watched hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours on this topic, and I've never heard anybody accurately compare the religions and try to understand why they're different and not competing. Everybody always assumes that one is just against the other, but it's like that's not what life is, you know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay, that was close. We should have it now, though. My family is very religious, but they aren't pushy. It's the pushy religious people. Oh no, that's definitely the case. Yeah. And that's just a modernity, like a modernity. It's just like something that's not based on the religion. Like you shouldn't blame the religion on people like that. You know, it's not their fault. Anyway, science is all about understanding creation itself. That's why priests did a lot of science. Yeah, no, exactly. 100%. Yeah, at one point, clergymen were just scholars. Like, they were not... There was no schism between religion and science. Like, it was one and the same. Oh, did we aggro that? I don't have any CDs up, but it's not a big deal. Maybe it's a big deal. Okay, there's the... Okay, we're not killing explosive, though. I'd rather the frog, to be honest. I really don't like this pull. I never have CDs up for it. Howdy Metro, walked in at Theological. Yeah, very, very, very rare. But came up because some troll came in here doing a bunch of nonsense trying to... And that, I'll tell you what, that's the weakest troll on the planet. I'll tell you what. If anybody's ever gonna try to suggest that like the internet is not anything but magic of the modern day, you're confused. Anyway, on a side note, pump and thick. You really can't be any more flavor of the month yet. I agree. Are there more Catholics or Protestants in the US? I don't know. That's a great question. I try not to view them separately, though. That's like a purely man-made designation, right? There should be no difference in the practices there. It's just people who perpetrated the religion are the ones who set those differences, so I try to look at those one and the same.
No fooling you.
Even though that's like fucking blasphemy to say that. It's very, you'd stir up somebody a long time ago if you said that. I just realized there's a lot of people being fooled. Nah, that's it. Yeah, that's my point from the get-go. Do you want to be fooled or do you want to be sure? You can be sure. Like, I'm telling you, like, there's times when I was sure of the other side and then I was sure of the other side. Like, I've oscillated. There's a lot of evidence for both. Like, it's pretty nuts. You'd be surprised because I think it's very popular on the internet to be like, religion lol, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of reasons to not feel that way too. And it's not something most people walk the path of, so. There have been a lot of very, very undescribable miracles from what I could see. It's hard to believe that they're all made up or all fake in some way. I know America started out heavily Protestant. I'd imagine, yeah, I mean, obviously. The origins of the country came from England, which was exclusively Protestant at the time, I assume. I mean, it was a law, right? You could not actually practice Anglican Catholicism. That's what it's called, right? So I assume that every pilgrim was a Protestant. But again, I try not to designate because it's really just, I don't like how you're running things, bro. Well, I don't like how you're running things, bro, either. Alright, well, we don't agree then. Say that in Ireland in the 80s. Yeah, no, I know. Not a lot of places that have problems though like that.
Don't get me wrong, I understand the importance of religion throughout history, and I respect people's beliefs that aren't aggressive about it, but I'm also not fooled. A lot of people who cling to religion in early years didn't have much to hold on to, so faith is what got them through. Yeah, I mean, that is like one of the most basic criticisms. Is that it was like, I mean, again, True Detective does a great job of dissecting that viewpoint actually as well, ironically. But yeah, that they were basically, it was just like a way to make people feel more confident in their life and their purpose. Yeah, let's look at Salem witch trials. Would a god want women killed for no reason? Yeah. Well, that's an odd case there, but I don't know. Strange topic.
You're almost there.
Just know if like you ever thought like, huh, somebody said this the other day on the golf videos, and it was like, man, I wonder what Metro gets up to outside of WoW. And they were like thankful that they were able to see the golf videos because of that. And so yeah, if we're talking about hobbies and like, you know, modes of entertainment and progression, golf is the answer. If we're talking about like mental stimulation, like mental education and research and history stuff, there's a whole nother side of me that you probably will never see past today's stream, because I try not to bring it up very often in public. Try not to think about it too much either, because it's honestly quite scary. It's like, it really makes you insecure with your place in the universe, let's put it that way. Pump and thick, the best flavor of the month here. For real. No, the rest are druid though. It's funny.
You did it. Good job.
This feels like it's not worth mounting up. That's actually perfect though.
We're gonna have so much fun.
Getting pride there without having to really do it. Oh, that's not true. We did pull that extra pack. I forgot about that. I was gonna say the times when you get pride there without having to do anything is so nice, because you can control the last pride regardless. Like, there's no difficulty in it. Oh my god, and we're here so much earlier too. 15 minutes when we pulled this boss compared to like 11 last time. That might have been like 12. You mentioned a number of miracles that are hard to explain. However, if you compare them to the atrocities that have been let to happen, they are far. Oh, obviously, yeah, no doubt. I'm just saying there's something, there is reason to be considering a higher power when you see some of this shit. It's not just zero reason. Are we good here? Yeah. All turned around here. Too many fucking targets is the problem. The explosives confusing the fuck out of me. What the hell just happened there? For me, the one that really turned me was, I'll tell you, it's honestly like, you want to take the blue pill on this one, go for it. You want to take the red pill on this, go look at Marian apparitions. I will never be confident in making a decision on my thoughts on religion while there's this many, wow, there's this much discussion about that topic, let's put it that way. I think I just got hit by that, and he dies, but he's got the seed. I mean, that just kind of walked right into him. I don't know how that happens. New blood DK here. I see our Night Fae. Hold on, this. Let me make the right decision here. Looks like it's that one. God, so many fucking targets with explosive. Anyway, new blood DK here. I see you are Night Fae. Got more stuff.
What is your reasoning? The real reasoning is I just really like Night Fae. That's the short answer. Just trying to learn all I can, yeah. Night Fae is very solid right now, though. I feel like.
The problem as I see it is that people will always view something how they want it to be. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, obviously. Let's do that with just WoW alone in so many different ways. Early death was a lot more prevalent 100 years ago. I understand why people would be more religious. It's true. I had a lot of fun with Venthyr and Bonestorm and keys. Yeah, Ventyr's pretty good option, especially if you want to use Bonestorm. Do people in game ever comment on your DK being Night Fae? Rarely, sometimes. I had like a monk who wouldn't shut up about it last week, if I remember. Is this one? There's just so many fucking targets, it's insane. Okay, we could use Rune Weapon, but probably a really bad idea to not save it. 12 minutes coming out of that boss, so that's, yeah, it's an upgrade. Unless we wipe somehow. I guess the last boss obviously could always be a wipe. No Necro DK? I'm a shit on him hard, oh boy. Some people like that, right? The new best tank in Mythic Plus is Vengeance. Vengeance is the most popular tank, and in BFA it was dead. That says something, oh yeah. I guess it was dead. I wouldn't say dead, but wasn't looked at very highly in BFA, which is hilarious. This always happens to me, dude. Literally, I was telling people why it should be looked at higher in BFA, and now those same reasons are the reasons people are like, look how good they are in Shadowlands. It's like, come on, dude. I've had moments in my life where I prayed when things were really bad, when nothing else could help me. I get it, but I also realize the only one that will help me is me. That's why I said it's like a bit sobering to think about this topic in general, because it's makes you uncomfortable with your place in the universe. I think the biggest thing is our perception of luck, honestly. That is the thing that confuses, I think, the whole talk. Honestly, this is hilarious to bring this up in a World of Warcraft stream because so many people complain about luck, but like it's very hard to, you know, even that bullshit nonsense that got brought up before about somebody getting hit by a car. It's like, yeah, that's luck, right? That's the reason that religion has a leg to stand on half the time. Things that are hard to explain and that happen only once, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you could just call that luck, right? And our perception of luck, it's like, wow, kind of just the dark sheep of the discussion, right? I don't feel like anybody ever discusses it. Anyway, people just want to feel like they matter. Yeah, that's basically what gets said in True Detective. If you guys have never seen True Detective or Russ Cole, the character Russ Cole from True Detective, talk about theology, and you're interested in this topic at all, it sounds so dumb to say that about an HBO show, but Nick Pizzolatto, the writer, he seems to have a very active mind on this topic because, God, he really, in all 3 seasons, he really lands really good points. And I think there's like whole YouTube videos about Russ Cole and theology, so very interesting. Opened me to a whole new area of thought. Anyway, 9.1 Soulbind has a dope trait for tanks and Dreamweaver. That trait is so broken, it's unbelievable. I'm very interested to see if it goes live that way. Part Warriors are so fun in BFA, just running towards them and shitting on them with godly DPS. Oh wow. You really like shit, huh? You have a scat fetish, is that what they call it? As a new dad, I had 6 kids, and I knew that on average, only 2 of them would make it to adulthood. I would look for a higher power too. Oh yeah, that's a great point. It's actually like hard to conceptualize, right? Like if you were to have children today and you were to think like, oh yeah, most of these children aren't going to live, like a semi-significant portion, it would like it's impossible to conceptualize. Like typically childbirth is like the most influential moment in a person's life, and that's because of what comes next. Usually it's not just because the event happened, right? So imagine if the event just happened and then nothing came next. Like that's incredibly traumatic, and it might be the most influential thing on a person's life for a different reason. It's very ironically, Crusader Kings 2 had battled this. People were basically demanding that they make infant mortality rates more realistic for the time, and the game developers were like, we're not going to do that because it's just so it's like morbid to think about it, right? Like they didn't want to contribute to that, I guess. So people like made mods to make it so like 15% of childbirths resulted in death, which was the statistic from the time, apparently. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what the mod creators said. Like, man, that's crazy. Crazy when you think about it that way. Same reason people cling to aliens being out there? Yeah, that's actually a good point. Aliens are like they're basically like a mutated religion in my eyes. It's people who are like desperate for something, and it's the other way around, right? The other side of it is people who are like, they don't know what they need and then they find it. But aliens are like, they know what they want and they can't find it, so they make shit up, right? It's quite interesting. 15 or 50? 15 is apparently the real number. You always think that, I'm just talking about infant mortality, meaning from weeks like, yeah, before a full year. But anyway, yeah, you always think that it's like higher, but in reality it's something like, I think it was like 1.3% currently. We can't even go back in time without killing people around us. Sure. If you're advanced enough to travel to other stars, you'd be even more capable of observing from a distance without accidentally killing them. I think. Alright, 6 minutes actually. Less is not even up. Not available currently. I'll have a 20. Right, we don't keep letting these explosives go off. We have 3 battle reses now. Aliens are out there. It's been acknowledged by former CIA. That is a whole interesting conversation on its own, honestly. Bob Lazar, man, that shit is fucking wild. That's so much more simple, though. I feel like that topic is... It sounds dumb to say that, right? But compared to what we were just discussing, that is such a simple topic. It's so understandable. It's so much more relatable, too. Because it's happening in modern day, and it's involving modern day thoughts and science and stuff. Whereas the previous religion or discussion is like discussing things that have like kind of transpired over well over 1,000 years. Pretty much, I'd say like 2,000 years is probably a safe choice, but I think that's also kind of opening the door to... Oh, nobody has an interrupt up, okay. That's kind of just opening the door. Oh, I stunned him, and that's not good. Now he's dead. And he's gonna die again. Don't take that. Yeah, this fight just absolutely sucks, man. I don't know why anybody would try to do this without pride.
Your ignorance made manifest. I can predict your every beware. Your ignorance made
key is just fucking hard, man. I'll tell you what. On Tyrannical, it's probably... I think it's probably the biggest jump. Tyrannical versus Fort. This key is the biggest jump. Yeah, I mean, I think we wipe here, honestly. It just gets so out of control. It's insane. Like, look at that explosive's gonna go off. Okay, good.
Your actions are easy to anticipate.
Like, look at this. This is ridiculous. Can't even see all the fucking mechanics. Catch up on these comments after we finish it. 'Cause I'm scared.
Your actions are easy to anticipate. Your ignorance made manifest.
Kill it. Okay. Ooh. Scared. We did it. First upgrade. But one thing is certain about aliens, Mars is a robot planet. Think of it like Star Trek. If an advanced species saw us, they would say hi. We'd be like ants to them. Somebody in the species would, you would believe, right? Like, unless somehow there's so few members of the species that the only people who exist in the species are like absolutely like, you know, the maximum capacity mentally. There's got to be idiots, right, in every species is what I'm trying to say. GG's, thanks. I mean, religion is Aesop fables extreme, but if people need that to do right thing and have community, etc., that's cool. Sure. Alien ant fucker, Jeff says hello. Oh yeah. If we saw ants on other planets, we'd still be interested in getting to understand them. Yeah, that's a good point. Alright, yeah, let's do key. It's gonna be difficult. Depends on the species. If the median species is bacteria, they'd view us as more interesting. That's a good point. When you're at school, do you hang out with toddlers or people like you? Are you guessing that's gonna be difficult? And I guess it's a tough key to time, right? But I love Tyrannical Theater because you know exactly what you're getting out of it. No tricks in there. How much did Burst do? Did a lot. Great conversations, though. Yeah, that's good. That means things are balanced for rogues, huh? It's funny. Although we did had way more success in this group, so might actually mean you did less damage. Are you guys recruiting any DPS for this tier? I would never say no. If you're interested in talking about the guild, let me know. What we need to do is find some healers, people who could play DPS or healer. That would be an ideal recruitment, but yeah, certainly I'm not going to say no. So we raid 2 nights a week, 7 to 11 Eastern. Tuesday, Wednesday, been raiding together since mid-Wrath of the Lich King, so if anybody out there is looking for a guild like that, where they're looking to join like a group of people that played a lot long-term together, let me know. Just contact me on Discord. What's the fixes? It's raging, no, it's both, nope, keep trying. It is busting and explosive, yeah. Had to leave for a bit. Is the religious troll still here? No. That might have been one of the most, like, systematic, like, I mean, I fucking tore that person open like that. That person's troll got exposed on like a fucking deep ass level. Like, usually it's just like, lol, you're an idiot, lol, you're an idiot. It's like, lol, the premise of your troll makes no fucking sense. Like, oh my god. Anyway, Vetcha, your prediction, top mage spec for 9.1 fire. Oh, would some change? I don't know. I don't know anything about mage changes, so I don't know. We had a nice discussion after that. Yeah, basically like completely invalidated the entirety of that person's purpose as a troll. Like, not only did they not troll, they trolled some of you guys. Unfortunately, you guys are way too gullible. But not only did that person not troll most people, but they had their entire argument like fundamentally debunked. And not only did their argument fall flat, but they actually stirred a new argument, a new discussion that was extremely productive. Like maybe the most fun discussion I've had that wasn't related to the game in years, honestly. Anyway, until they make a healing demon hunter, I'm out of luck. Sweet, yeah, let me know. We could actually use a havoc demon hunter. It would be the one melee I would mind having a one up. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Somehow within 3 hours I haven't gotten up, so let me do that. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Guys on roof knocked out my power. Wait, are you serious? That actually happened, or is that a joke? Triangle bursting, something else. Yeah. Triangle bursting explosive, correct. Yeah. Did I not answer that? What is this? Omega cheese strat. What is this? $230. Maplamum. Apparently, Metro, I can stealth to Gore Chop. Y'all wait in the middle. I start boss. He grips everyone in. Oh. That's interesting. What does that allow us to do? It sounds interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing it, actually. I just don't know how we benefit from it. I told you about that sign, so you skip literally everything. What? So we killed the first. I don't get it. We killed the first boss. You can skip all the trash to the boss. But how does that help? I don't get it. Don't we want pride for the boss? Don't we want? We need the count. It's not optional. So Or is there some crazy new route that people have found where there's enough trash elsewhere in the dungeon? And how do you get out? Then you have to pull the trash one way or the other, right? Metro, pull all the mobs boss. I won't do that, but I'll pull all of them together at least. Actually, I don't know. Maybe we should. It's a relatively easy week, to be honest. For me to survive, at least. I don't know if it's that easy, though. You do first 2 packs undead, then skip, then chain up. Let's see. But again, how do you get count then? Is there enough count elsewhere? I mean, I'm fine to try it, but just be aware that I don't know anything about it, so. If you want to risk it, we can try it, but. Sounds like a fun thing to see on stream, so. Split pull, 2 shorts and fats with a caster, and then the mounted one with boss. Alright, that's a good call. We could do that. Nah, I'd rather kill this if we're gonna. I like that idea. We'll kill this pack and then we'll pull that with the boss. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe he'll drop his mount. Is that a mount you can get? Probably. We should have added that to the list while we were waiting. Another miss. This so we went disband, then completion, then upgrade. How funny is that? That doesn't happen often. Also at Ruster Druid. And that was Rogue, Bombkin, Hunter again. Same comp as last time, actually. Wait, no, that's not true. Yeah, last time we had Shaman. He has to survive long enough for Gore Chop to cast the chain ability, which is like 8 seconds into the fight. I see. Alright, here we go. First 20 of the week. Haven't been in many 20s period.
5.
Oh yeah, fuck. Good call, honestly.
3, 2, 1.
Really glad you brought that up because I would have forgotten again. Alright, so the first thing is these small mobs, then we'll pull the big guy with the boss. We'll use Rune Weapon and then Vamp Blood and that's it.
Welcome, one and all, to the theater of pain. It seems these
Definitely got to save Trinket, that's for sure.
compete with the best combatants in all of Maldraxxus. I'll believe it when I see it. Either way, this should prove entertaining. Bring in the challengers.
Stun that mob, get a little bit of a cushion away from that Death Wish thing. Yeah, there's a trinket. Tantrum. Do we actually want to kill this first, or does it not matter? Probably doesn't matter. Never actually done this before, first time ever doing this. Actually feels like it would be easier on Tyrannical, to be honest.
To be honest, I was waiting till I tanked for your pally to tell you about this. That it would have been a hilarious reaction. Me? Why? You mean you'd bring sign and you'd do it? That'd actually be pretty funny. Yeah, I'm just not really sure what changes when you do that. Like, I'd have to see why anybody would do that. It's a really cool concept. I always like shit like that. It's always interesting to me. But I don't know where we would get enough count to do the route. Or like what changes then, pride-wise. Doing that boss without pride, that just doesn't sound like a good idea. You can easily get it. Oh wow. Lots of damage and Immortal Strike, that's very bad. Still an incredibly long fight. Theater's definitely easier on Tyrannical. I would say it's so much more straightforward, right? Like, you know exactly where you're at with this dungeon. I don't think anybody's gonna come in here with some fucking AoE focused build and expect to try to be crazy AoE padding, you know? A couple weeks ago, I told you to pull all the mobs in on bolstering week. I didn't. Yeah, I've never tried this. I'm always open to it. Doesn't seem like it's, again, anytime when you don't actually deviate and you just pull differently, that's fine by me. Perfectly open to that. As long as I know I can survive, and that's typically the issue. I'd imagine it would be difficult to survive under most circumstances, but it was not difficult. And we only fought the one mob, which doesn't really do much anyway. It's the other mobs that are the dangerous ones. That, I don't know if I could survive, even on fortified. They would have to get annihilated. And I'm sure they would. Okay. Let's repair quickly. Top dam, not good. Yeah. Been a trend all day. Not God. Oh boy, we're back on that again. Bet these some sick weekly boxes waiting on me. The second I logged on, bam, power gone. Oh, you weren't joking about that. I think you could survive. I came on my Brewmaster. Yeah, on a 20, I don't know. I'd be skeptical. Why did that I grow? What the fuck? This isn't going well. Really, not a, like, nothing in this pack that should complicate anything. I pull this every week. Or maybe there's one extra or something, I don't even know. General warts are not the same thing as herpes. Get your facts straight. Yeah, that's the same pull I do every single week. Why so much? It's the exact same pull I've done every single week I've ever done this key. Sorry, wrong stream. I got you, no worries. Made me question it there for a minute. Yeah, the reason you don't pull split down the middle is because everybody uses all their offense there instead. And then they don't have anything for the second pack, and the mobs are actually very dangerous. I wish I was kidding. Are we like really behind or something? I think it's... Rip key and people still not leaving. Oh, that's not a... Oh, wow. 10 deaths? Wait, what? What the hell? I'm confused. How do we have 10 deaths already? People died 4 times to that one pack? Is that what happened? I didn't even realize that. Curious. It just looked bad because it was... I missed the grip for some reason. The thing that pisses me off though is when Hunter's like, I have all CDs up, and then he complains about the quality of the pack. It's like, dude, just don't talk, okay? If you're gonna act like that, then just don't say anything about your CDs. People kept dying during the first big pack. I didn't even realize.
You think yourself exceptional, gifted, but
That was probably too many mobs too, my bad. The rogue from... Yeah, that's Sign. That's... Hey, Pavel, what the fuck? Long time no see. Sign, he's a good friend. Hey, had a break from WoW, now back in action. That's awesome, man. Glad to see you again. I was talking about you the other day. I always get to see the old reliables, the regulars. How long does Ashen Hollow stay down for? Probably pull this mob into it. Help him out. Looks like it was still down for most of that. I interrupted the wrong one again. A little rusty in this dungeon. It feels like it's been a while since I've done it. Not exactly sure when the last time I did it was, but I just feel quite rusty. I think I got knocked off. That's a really tough mechanic, especially as a hunter. I can see why they get hit by that. I think I got hit but did not die. Curious in its own right. Does a lot of damage too. We learned that a couple weeks ago. I wonder if it does like... Because I don't see how that guy lived that, honestly. Based on how much damage I took from it last time we tested it. Oh my god, man. 3 people get hit by that. Okay, cool. We kind of have to wait for this guy. Can't really do this pack with 3 people. I guess we kind of can, but we'll only have 1 interrupt, really. New mini game. What, to see how many people get shot off? Beat Sign and damage. Rogue's not really in that bad of a spot. You act like it's a terrible thing for them to be doing damage less than you, but that's not the common route for this dungeon, is it? Yeah, so I don't know when the last time you've seen us do this dungeon is, but we've heavily altered the original route that we used to do here, and it's something only a Bloody K can do, but it maximizes like everything that I believe to be important about this dungeon. This is actually the best route for sure on my whole 8 of 8. 100%. Now we're just gonna die to this pack instead, dude. This Paladin's doing work. Metro Sanguine Depths on Fortified Week or Miss from the worst Tyran Week. Which would you pick? Sanguine is definitely easier. Miss Sunt Tyrannical is like legitimately, I think it's actually the hardest dungeon, like transformation period. Alright, here we go. Tough boss. Probably the hardest boss for the entire group here. Hopefully I can get this mechanic a few times. Could be really nice for the group. The guy is dead. The guy just got slaughtered, honestly, like he was never even close to living. God, that does a lot of damage. Holy shit. Laying hands, it looks like. No. Come on, give me the mechanic, please.
No escape for you.
9k with Pride and Bloodlust, a bit low. Oh yeah. Yeah, group damage wise hasn't been stellar so far. So I'm not gonna get it. So OMC is healing your key and size is the hunter. It's funny actually. Gross. I've always said the most impressive thing people doing super high keys is not the damage they do, but how they live. Yeah, no, definitely. They look like they could fight the boss for like an hour, right? And it's never gonna overwhelm them. And that's just raw repetition there. Like they've done these bosses so many times and understand it so well that there will never be something that surprises them. So they always have something planned ahead of time. I think that's in general the difference between the best players in the world and the worst. Okay, that's perfect. Most people panic. Most people are seeing it for the first time and reacting to it instead of prepared way in advance. Okay, anytime you get 2 trinkets off on a boss, you're a little worried. Well over 2-minute fight. These guys are just getting hammered. It's insane how heavy that damage is. Oh, I see why I lost power. You have your Orgrimmar cloak on. 36 item level upgraded my Pally's shield. Yeah, you're not allowed to log on for that, huh? Falling apart here a bit. Bright side is I have a very high chance to get this next mechanic, but I'll just assume that it's not going out. Palia's Venter, yeah. You can get Pride on Mordretha here, having controlled mobs. No, not Mordretha. That's the only one you won't get it on. But you could if you really wanted to, but yeah, you won't. That is what she said. It's never lasted that long for me to struggle so much. 5 minutes in. Yeah, to be fair, that's a hard fight. Boss does a lot of damage, apparently. Did I miss the link to the routes, or is it not in the description anymore? I'm not sure it's ever been in the description, but it's just bigplay.1/routes, I believe. 99% sure. Bigplay.1/routes. Takes you to the spreadsheet with the routes.
Let your weapon speak for you.
This is really strange how easy this mob is on Tyrannical, honestly. It's crazy. Some of these things just swing so severely, it feels like. There's a possible warriors to spell reflect the sights. Yeah, it's magic, yeah. There's a couple mechanics like that, this expansion, that are partially magic. And you're able to reflect and AMZ them, so. Same with Musala's tank mechanic.
What we have here. Fresh meat.
The stomp on the first boss is the other. Oh, right. I didn't realize that was physical at all, actually. Well, that guy got hit by that shit on the ground. That's not good. Big ol' no you from a tank. What's up?
Meddle all you like, mortals. You only delay the inevitable.
Well, we are not upgrading this. 15 minutes left, jeez. Just realized. It's kind of crazy. Okay, I actually put. Oh, so I got bopped. What? I didn't even realize that. Timer's tight here. Yeah, I think you might be right actually. Ah. That's tyrannical. I definitely agree. I didn't expect to upgrade this, but I didn't think it would be that hard to finish, and I hope I'm right. People keep getting hit by that stuff on the ground, not ideal. Alright, then we get all the next pack. Feels like the timer forced you to pull bigger in this dungeon, does it? I would just say it forced you to execute the bosses better because there's not really that much trash in here, right? So execute the single target objectives better, let's put it that way. I think most people just come in here and do 3k on single target and they think like, okay, well you can do that for 5 bosses plus what, 4 mini bosses? I don't think that's gonna work out. What's your favorite dungeon? I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't really have a favorite, and I don't really have a least favorite. I'm not really sure. That blind was a little useless. But I guess it helps. Better to blind multiple things than one thing. So Sign's gonna stun it. He's got all the stuns, it looks like. There's only ever 2 casts anyway. No matter how slow you go. You'll be fighting this guy for a long time to C3. Unpopular opinion, I really like the gauntlet part of Sanguine Depths as both a tank and DPS. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, you might be right. That might not be very popular, but it's good that you like that because that's the hardest part. So if you like the hardest part, that means you're probably very interested in succeeding in that dungeon. Sanguine Depths has to be the worst dungeon. Yeah, it's probably the hardest dungeon, but I don't think it's not my least favorite. Like, I don't dislike it. It's just difficulty. I like difficult things. I think I like the other side the most, so yeah. The other side's probably like lower half for me. I don't really... I thought I would like it more than this, but I don't really enjoy it that much. Necrotic Wake is really fun with all the weapons. Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't really look at that as fun, but it's powerful. I kind of like Sanguine Depths, then you run with the group who have brains. When you run with a group who have brains. It's obviously better to have brains, yeah. Especially if you're a zombie. Okay, we have to play this very well. Holy fuck, yeah, we have to play this exceptionally well. Actually, boss is getting slaughtered, so that's really good. Thanks to the pally, no doubt. Doubtless. They beat Necrotic Wake into the ground. Yeah, I agree. That dungeon is probably the most nerfed dungeon I've ever seen. I don't really understand why they lowered the health pool of the mobs. Like, it's very strange to me. This actually doesn't make any sense at all, honestly. That's what they should have did the last boss, if anything. Holy fuck. And an explosive going off. Okay. And I'm dead. Yeah, wow. Pally dying there. Man, the amount of deaths, the amount of wipes we've had to healer deaths recently has been really unfortunate. I'm the most confident in DOS, but I love Theater of Pain from an encounter design perspective. Both are great. Gotcha. Second boss area and boss itself is the make or break part of the dungeon. What, Necrotic Wake or Sanguinary Depths, yeah. No doubt. No, is it disband? Hopefully not. I don't know how the healer died there. But that was a huge error. Let's go this way. Just kidding. Both ways are blocked right now. Okay, well, if we could survive this boss without Tyrannical, Ashen Halo, or without Bloodlust, Ashen Halo, or Prideful, then I think we'll have proved that we can do it well. So satisfying. My camp is set to my mission table. Oh, I love that. I wish there was like a pool. Me and Cop talked about this how many years ago now? I wish that there was like a pool of racials that you can choose from instead, because I love that camp racial. That's got to be my favorite racial in the game. That and the Dark Iron, some of the Dark Iron Dwarf racials, but I will not ever be playing those races, it seems. No lust, no pride, yeah, no anything. This will be very difficult. Remember that guy? You got picked up by the hook? Oh shit, what the hell's going on here? I got hit, I guess I was lagging or something. I have no idea what just happened. Randomly knocked back? I don't know what that even is. That must be standing in the circle. I've never gotten hit by it before, I guess. I really dislike people who leave the microsecond they think it won't time. Yeah, it is kind of silly. Especially the people who leave on like the last boss of a dungeon. It's like, wow, that is so fucking retarded. Just need to have one CD for every one of these, basically. If we were able to do that, it would be easy. God. That's still a lot of damage. That's what we really need is death do stacks for everyone. 4% reduction on that, or whatever. Will be pretty nice. I don't think Rune Weapon actually will be viable as a CD. Should be good trinket use. Yeah, very good. Should be able to hit a pause button on a timer and summon replacement. And nah, it sounds good on paper, but once you start to think about what that would look like in reality, it's not even. That is so far out of vibe, like out of possibility. It would never occur. Far too exploitable. Okay. Yeah, that was easy, actually. It's kind of the trick. Just have. Honestly, I should be using Rune Tap for that fight.
Got some real contenders here.
But I never do. Wow, you guys are gonna kill it? Oh yeah, no shit. On the bright side, we'll have Pride for the last 2 bosses, no matter what. A lot of movement, yeah. Wait, what's up? Stand your ground, 15% DR would be great here. Oh no, yeah, you can never do that.
My blade will bathe in your blood.
I think for me, it's week to week character to character thing for favorite to least dungeon. Yeah, that's kind of my reasoning for not having an answer for it as well. Honestly. Oh yeah, sure. So what you're supposed to do? Tank him in a corner or something? I don't really understand. As good as it's gonna go, I guess. DPS hate Tyrannical because they can't blame the tank as much. Yeah, to be fair. It certainly makes things more obvious about who's doing what, right? Certainly. That guy put his Kyrian arrow thingy down and it missed. So I death gripped him. I death gripped him, the mobs, into the arrow. That was nice of me. Okay, it's this guy again.
Your bones will adorn my armor.
That guy's dead already. That guy knows what's up. Ironically, the guy who we thought was the least knowledgeable. Well, that scared the shit out of me. I was like, what the hell's that coming out of nowhere?
Comes naturally to your kind.
I guess we're on our way to finishing her. I don't know. Don't know why I would say that. Last boss could be incredibly difficult, but Pride and Bloodlust should be really easy.
Perception, gifted, but you will learn humility.
When do you think they will release 9.2? Too much time between patches, isn't it? Nope. I don't know why people keep saying that. It's a very long first season, but most patches are usually... Most seasons have been like well over 6 months long. But anyway, yeah, so it looks like probably July. I don't know. Now, if that TBC thing is true, then yeah, I guess it's not going to be till July. Maybe just 3 weeks after that, late June. I don't know. I don't know what to think, but... Wait, I can't remember. Does this dungeon allow you to skip any of the mini bosses? Nah. Everything's gotta be pulled.
Make this interesting.
Not sure how you would even do that. I guess if you could do the same thing with this boss as Simon was talking about doing with the fat dude boss. This is actually gonna be a really tough fight with explosives. If we get really bad luck with explosives at the wrong time, it's gonna be hugely difficult. With Mind Soothe you can. Oh really? Alright, taking no damage from that. Parries, I guess. They see stealth, but you can Mind Soothe them. Oh, interesting. You could actually skip them and not be losing too much count from doing that. Jake's got it. Yeah, it's a lot of damage too. Can't click on that for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Ooh. Last second refresh on that. That's unfortunate. Missed that. Actually, have gotten very lucky with explosives thus far.
Looking for a fight?
Could get bad at any moment, though. Yeah, like this moment is the problem. If we're fighting a bunch of explosives up here while we're alone and have the banner, it's gonna be crazy. Dead. Wow, I survived that. Holy shit. I did get hit by it, right? I assume I did. That's crazy. This one we don't survive. Oh, I did survive again. Wow, these actually don't do much damage at all, I guess. I got hit by 3 and I haven't died to any of them. Ah, that's the problem though. It takes the only damage healers out of the fight. Holy fuck, Jesus Christ. God, that was tough.
That was a good. Incredible! Our challengers have conquered the trials and advanced to the final.
With Leech, so good. A reward. Power went out again. Oh wow, really? That June 1st TBC can't be real. No pre-patch announcement, and it was from weeks ago. Yeah, I mean it's not a, probably not real, honestly, but. Just go pick this dude back up. There's no reason to risk it since we're not upgrading it.
Our rising stars now face the longest reigning champion the Theater of Pain has ever known. Odretha, the Endless Emperor.
Blizzard wasting their time on TBC. Oh yeah, I totally agree. Wait, it's bugged out again. What is going on with that mob, man? Annoying.
A worthy contender.
God Faith gave up the troll. Yes. Today would be great if I didn't lose power 4 times. And that's, yeah. Sounds like something bad's going on. $9.1 June TBC August. That would be horrible. I really hope that's not the case. If that is the case, that would be horrible. The only reason I was slightly interested in what's happened there was because it would be a much more preferable situation. I don't know if I can, honestly, I really don't. I don't know if I can go through that again with fucking like tier starting and then
TBC coming out. It was horrible the first time with Classic. Okay, we're gonna wipe to the bride. We kill Sledge and my apartment will blow up. Alright, this will be an interesting one. I personally would prefer TBC first. Correct. I agree. That would be absolutely so like the swing on how bad to good that could be is unfathomable. Like if it comes out at the beginning of a tier, it's horrible, and if it comes out at the end of a tier, it's ideal. Like so good. Because then there's actually like no reason not to play it. Oh, Sina also cloaked. It looks like it's good. We both had the same thought there. I was like, I'm gonna get hit hard in this next one. Okay, we need to play perfectly at the end here. I really wish they would stagger Classic and Retail more. Yeah, no shit. It's kind of weird how they don't seem to care at all. Oh wow, that did a lot of damage. Another AMS after this. He's got turtle shell up too. Oh my god, that guy canceled his own shell, so he stopped the potential there. Alright, well we kind of just used everything we had, my TMZ. Just kind of panicked. Use Icebound as well. So this next one's gonna be really bad. Okay. We survived it. No ads there. I was gonna try to save the trinket for the next time ads come up, but that's way too far from now. This is ads, right? Beyond your mortal ken. Alright, well we did not upgrade it, but we did finish the key. Which is actually, I think, our first 20 finished, honestly. And that was really not difficult. Last boss is always a test, but we also got the weekly done. That's great. It was actually pretty cool to have a group finish like that. Yeah, that goes. Not good. Well, it's a bit awkward timing right now. Seems like a good place to stop, unfortunately. Could definitely get one more in, but yeah, I don't think we'll have... It'll be tight soon. I thought the purpose of a Classic was player retention, but guess not. No, it's basically just another Blizzard product. They don't seem to... They're operating it like Diablo or something, like something completely irrelevant to the other games. That's what I like to see. No levers. Yeah, that's very impressive, actually. My Hunter would have been competitive damage-wise there. Oh, yeah. I hope so. Doing that amount of damage overall is not anything special. Well, that's a weird dungeon, I guess, so it's harder to say that for sure, but... Okay, let's add it to the sheets. Yeah, if we were like 15 minutes earlier, we definitely could have got another one in, but... after that was Theater 20. First 20, I don't think we get any credit for that, obviously, it doesn't matter, but... Still nice to have a 20 on the sheet that's not a deplete. And that was with Paladin, Healer. We had Rogue, Hunter. Yeah, thanks for coming, honestly, son. It was a good experience. The Shaman's 1k overall less than the Rogue. Oh, yeah. More than that, right? I know, actually, yeah. 1.1k overall less. Not good. Signs of the opinion that anybody doing less than his damage is not good, but Hunter was okay. Hunter did crazy bursts of time. And to be fair, so did the Shaman. The Shaman had some really nice packs, but it just overall was horrible. So that means he's probably really bad on some of the single target locations. I actually was dead for a lot of the dungeon too. I think that was probably the dude who died the most. We had a lot of deaths in that queue though. I don't actually let me quickly look. We have the footage. I'm interested in seeing how many deaths we had. 25 deaths. I wish I can go back and see how many of them were the Shaman, but at least quickly I can't do that. So okay guys, so thanks for watching. We will be back tonight with the raid, hopefully doing Sludge Fist. Well, definitely if we're raiding, it's doing Sludge Fist progression. So for once I had the least amount of deaths. Sweet, man. Great. Yeah, you did great today. But so yeah, we'll be back tonight in about 2 or so hours, and we'll get some raiding, or more like 3, I guess, 3 hours, and we'll be getting some raiding done. And then again tomorrow we'll be back with more Mythic Plus, and hopefully maybe more ridiculous conversations. I don't know. Today was it was actually kind of fun. It felt like very I was able to be more open about some topics without feeling like it was gonna be harmful. So anyway, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one.